勉学に励んでも頭が良くなるとは限らない。教令院にいる者たちを見ればわかることだが。
Hey, sup, wrong person? How you doing, man? Hey, sup, Thriller? What's up? What's up? How you doing? I typed yo before YouTube even recognized my presence in the stream. That was actually very fast. Barely gave me enough time to sorry, what is this? Oh, yeah, okay, okay. Right. Yeah, I just barely had time to send my own message. You know, like the link to our Discord server and pin it. And then like the moment I pinned it, I went to look at my laptop screen, and then I saw another name, somebody else's name there. I have to say thank you. Oh, wait, Jelly, I remember you asked for help last time, but I don't remember what. I'm so sorry, but whatever it was, you're welcome. Just, you know, let us know if you need any help with anything else, man. Why you zoom characters at the start? Ritual? No, not necessarily a ritual. I just think it's funny. Like with tall male characters, it's like it's not as funny. But so and same thing with shorter with tall female characters. But with shorter female characters, and especially really short female characters, I think it's funny. It's just like, look at this, right? Like, because it's obviously you can't zoom in that far in Genshin, like in the game. And this is not a Genshin zoom. Obviously, like it's instant, right? So I'm not zooming in the game. Obviously, like otherwise, you guys would see me zooming in. So it's just a zoom in thing that I just have prepared in OBS, and because it's in OBS, it's actually zooming into what's on my screen. It's really pixelated, obviously, you can see that, and I just think it just adds to like how janky it looks, and I don't know, I just think it's funny. And it also potentially gives me some comedic timing. Like I'll know it when I see it, but I'm sure I can use it for some comedic some good comedic timing in the future. I don't know. I've never been able to use it for that purpose just yet. Just maybe because I'm just not funny, but you know, it might happen. Remember the first stream I was in, you gave me some luck for getting Clorinde. Oh, you got Clorinde?
揃ったようだな。始める前に前回の議論の続きでもしておいてくれ。お茶を入れてくる。いやいや、そんな場合じゃないだろ。
This place no toxic people. You know, I'm actually very surprised that we still don't have any toxic people so far. I mean, technically he wasn't on Discord, but there was that one dude in YouTube chat. I don't know if any of you guys were here at that time. There was this one dude who he was a regular for like a couple streams already. He was a regular for about, I don't know, like a month maybe. And so he wasn't toxic per se, but he just had that personality.
He
just had the type of personality where like he was just super, I guess, loyal to. Hang on, what game was it? Wuthering Waves. Like, and Wuthering Waves hadn't even come out yet then. Like, Wuthering Waves was still in beta, but it was like maybe 2-ish months before Wuthering Waves came out. And so so somebody asked me why, like, was I gonna play Wuthering Waves? So obviously I said it, and then I said why, and why not, rather. And then I also included in my reasoning that so obviously my main reason was, no time. And then I also added in my thoughts on their character design. But not saying it was bad, I was just saying that it's clear that their character design is, and obviously this is the same. This is obviously a reason why all gacha games design their characters the way they do. Obviously, to make them look good, to make them look attractive, because that is their bread and butter. That's how they make money. But so in Wuthering Waves, it's not just, they don't just make their characters attractive, like look cool, look sexy, look whatever. But they, I can see that they're trying way hard, and there's nothing wrong with that. Oh hey, what's up, Mr. Nice Love Guy? Bye bye RJ, what? Hello, I'm at work right now, so I'll just do this and go see. Okay. I mean, hey, I still appreciate you stopping by, man. Thank you, man. Yeah, have a good day at work. Take care, man. But yeah, so like, I was saying, I said that they were trying. Oh, okay. Here's an example. So, when you see a pretty girl dressed in, let's say, okay, like really skimpy shorts, really skimpy skin tight shorts, and how, I don't know what you call it in the West, but like over here in the Philippines we call it a spaghetti strap. Yeah, I guess they're called spaghetti straps. So if I see a pretty girl wearing that, I'll like if a girl like that's in my peripheral vision, I'm gonna very quickly like look towards it, because like, by instinct, oh, attractive, okay, and then I'll see, and I'll be like, when I see it, like it's in my, I'm focusing on it, I'll almost instantly be turned off by it. Not completely, because if they're actually pretty, then I'll be like, okay, oh, she looks pretty. But because she's wearing such revealing clothes, like I don't think about this. It just happens for some reason. I don't think about it. It just happens that I get turned off by it a little bit. That because, and the way that I understand it, I think is, maybe I think that she's trying so hard. I think that's it. Is it that? I think that's, yeah, I think that's how I feel about it. Because I react very quickly to it. Like I don't take a moment to think about it. It just happens. Like I'm just turned off by it very quickly. Versus if I saw the same girl, but wearing shorts that go down to just above the knee, and she's wearing, let's say, okay, let me think, a nice polo shirt, a nice clean plain polo shirt. I would probably just, I probably wouldn't be able to stop myself. I would keep looking. I would actually stare, maybe. Probably. Quite likely.
地図に書いてあった場所はここね。
Literally bait for horny people.
この岩なんだか怪しくないか？
怪しいものは調べないとね。それか爆発させちゃう
With the Welkin. Yeah, I mean he's always been a bro, man.
の。おい
He's
おい。
目の
I
前に
appreciate it so much. A Welkin or a meal for 2 days. 2 days worth of meals for me and my little family. Hey, right? Sometimes meals are more important than Welkins, but yeah. Oops. Oh dear. I thought this was gonna be a current. Any chests? But so yeah, I think that example is a good enough. It's a good enough example to prove my point, I think. Right. So like that's how I feel about Wuthering Waves. It's a pretty girl
どうしたんだい？
who's trying too hard.
いえ、ファントムハンターたちは洞窟
Tips to control gambling addiction in Genshin. You know, okay. I don't know if this is if this is an actual tip to control gambling addiction, because I don't really have one in
ファン
Genshin.
トムハンターたちは
Like I'm not
険しい
addicted
道を
to
突きあた
the
りは
the
しない
gacha,
でも
to the
邪悪な魔法
you know, like throwing money. Well, not really, because I don't spend money on buying primos in this game, but like throwing my premium currency away for the chance to get. Here's the third one. For a chance to get what I want. Hmm.
見つけたよ。
こっちも進展あり。
Oh.
僕も一つ解けたよ。
Ah, boy. Wow, this I'm so sorry. I got distracted by this very new and unique way of time gating something. Like they somehow managed to create a new way to time gate how quickly we do a puzzle. Every time it shows 160 primos, I spam wishing. Okay, now I don't know if how much this is gonna help, because this is how I think about. This is how I like. This is sort of my mindset when I want to save primos. Now, granted, I don't have what I would refer to as an addiction to wishing in Genshin, but this is my mindset. Like, and this is how I save a lot of primos.
これは鍵
So,
の関キーな音が響いて
I'm
遺跡
generally a pretty calm dude, but like I'm the type of person where I'm very patient, but as soon as that patience runs out, like even by a little, it's just that's it. Like I just rage instantly.
声の主の正体
So
はなんと
you could say I have like anger stuff, like I have some anger stuff and hate stuff.
演出なんか
So and I hate feeling like that.
了解。
では
And my feeling of hatred towards stuff I don't like is. What are we doing?
伝説発動。
判定成功
My feeling of hatred towards stuff I don't like is worse.
そろそろ
No,
目を開
it's
けてもいい
heavier
かい？
on me than the feeling of love and like how much I like stuff that I like.
しかし
So I would prefer to not get things that I don't want, rather than. Sorry, and how do I put this? I prefer to not get things that I don't want than to get things that I want. Okay, that's weird. That doesn't make sense. Okay, so if I try to go for something that I want, but the risks are, let's say, 50-50, for me, I'm not going for it. Because to me,
宝のありか
even though it's equal mathematical odds,
この最後のしかし
because like the 50% negative, like the 50% that I don't want, it feels heavier for me than the 50% that I want.
みんなで一緒に扉
行動決
So I just don't want to feel bad,
みんなの視線扉が
even though
き
it
しんで
gives me the chance
お
to
ぞま
feel
しい
good.
音を立てるまるで
And when I do get characters, I want them to be guaranteed. And by guaranteed, I mean I want to have enough primos
石碑
whenever I want a character. I wanna do everything I can to make sure that I have more than enough primos.
どうやら
So basically, I'm not gambling.
相当ショック
What
を
I'm
受け
doing is I'm making a purchase instead.
ファントムハンターの中には宝
At least that's how I see it in my head.
そうぜ気分はどうだ少し良くな
I
った
take my chances. I have 100% win rate and 50-50 still now.
ここに来るまでの出来事や自分の体に何が起きたか覚えているか
確かあなたた
Clorine's
ち
a
をここ
beast,
に
you know?
誘導して
Oh, have you well, I mean like in lore, yeah, she's
これの
you
こと
know,
か
she's a duelist after
洞
all.
窟に入った時
You know what I'm curious to see though? I want to see Clorinde and Sino
ファン
duke
ト
it
ムハ
out.
ンターや父の
Like
不
in
遇を
lore.
嘆きその功績が誰にも称えられないことに
I want to see who's more hardcore in
そ
combat.
れも
聞いた限りそれ
ソウルドリンカーいえ
封印
うちは常に封
That's true. If I'm planning to pull on a banner, I always save depending on what
やつ
pity
は人の
そういえば
I
一
am.
本は
Yeah, right? Because like
あなた
you
の
know,
強い唯一思い
if you put in the effort
自分の
to
本
make
当
sure
の
you
父から聞いた伝説
have more than enough
英雄かつてのファン
primos
トムハンターの数
そ
for
れだけじゃない
when a character you actually want is will be here.
冗談はや
Then you're not really just gambling and like
あなたが書いた物語の
winning
中で
winning.
しかし
Instead,
目を覚ませ
you're just
フロリアン
making a
ファント
purchase.
ムハンターが本当に名誉や尊敬のために戦ってきたと思っているその剣は自分のためじゃなく
The NTCs cooked
守るべ
Skyward
きず
Clorinde.
っと追いか
What? Skyward Clorinde Chi-Chi comp. It was actually good. Wait, Skyward Clorinde Chi-Chi.
今から戻ってこ
Physical?
のシナリオを最後ま書き終わって
Physical?
その
なら続きを書いてくれ
と言います
難しい
しかし
みな
Wait, no. Skyward Sword doesn't have the physical procs, right? Do I have a Skyward Sword? I do. Okay. Elemental Burst. No. Okay. So no. Equal to Okay. So no. Skyward doesn't have the physical procs. Wait. What does that mean? Skyward Chi-Chi? Skyward Clorinde Chi-Chi? Huh. I just hoard pulls if I'm really aiming certain banners. Yeah. I haven't been able to hoard for quite a while though. The last time I hoarded primos was right before the Raiden Shogun rerun. Yeah, I think so.
おかえり
Or wait, was it the Hu Tao Yelan banners? Either one of those. I Like at some point, one of my accounts had like 42,000 primos.
大げさで
先ほどの
なるほど。
実ははい。実は宝の正
歴代のファントムハン
Electra, I believe, utilizes her bond of life, so it seems like she has no cooldown on
いろ
skill.
んな人のストーリーが彼女
Utilizes
はへえ、フリーナと似てるんじゃ。
なるほど。その線で考
Genshin
える
only
彼は
channel
初見
on
それ
Discord.
ぞれ素敵なストーリーがあったんだな。もしほん
So, hang on. Utilizes her bond of life, so it seems like she has no cooldown on her skill.
夜に仲間
この席だからこんな
So
に
what does
隠れた場所
Skyward have to do with it?
彼らの生徒
父さん
Skyward Blade, right?
その紳士
And how many banners CC6 got?
誰でもあや
I think a total of 3. So 3 including her very first
もしかしてゲーム
banner.
マスター
Like when I first got her. When I first got her, I only got C0. And then I got her to C2.
一見
Yeah.
無数のま
Yeah, and then C2 because I remember having
僕はこのエスタ
2
の武器
charges
彼女の
of my 2 charges of my E and getting like the bonus damage. Sorry, doing more damage after my first charge shot for quite a while. I remember having that for quite a while, and then I finally got to C6.
武器を握りしめると
Read
そ
the
こに
effect. I'm
宿っ
also
た意志が
curious. Yeah, because like I remember like when you so what Skyward Blade does is when the character
フロリアさん
wearing it uses their
や
burst.
つと思考くれぐれも
The
気
whole
をつけて
team's normal attack speeds and
僕もフロリア
the whole team's normal attack speeds and movement speeds are
まさ
increased,
そうそう
and that's it.
じゃあフロリアンさん
わかりました
Can't pretend to know, but the comp is pretty fast clearing.
そうして王都の後ろに佇む
Hang
武士
on. Yeah, as soon as I get out of this dialogue. So, crit rate increases. Okay, upon using an elemental burst, movement speed. Okay, so attack speed. Sorry, no. And normal charge. It's dealing. Normal charge is dealing. Oh. So okay, I don't get it. Like, where's the part that reduces, that makes it feel like there's no cooldown? You know what I'm guessing is like that part where you said, it seems like she has no cooldown on the skill. Maybe it's because the rotation is really long. Like it's long enough that by the time that you rotate back to her, the skill's already off cooldown. Or maybe maybe she's using 4 Thundering Fury. Is it using 4 Thundering Fury? Because like with 4 Thundering Fury, you really don't feel anything. Like you don't you cannot rotate fast enough. It's very hard to rotate fast enough to get back to Clorinde by the time her skill cools down. Especially if you want to do like a full rotation through all your characters every time. So, okay, I did not know about this actually. I mean, at some point I probably knew about it, but then like I probably just ignored it. Normal charge this deal. Okay, so normal attacks, yeah, like her skill, her E and her infused normal attacks are considered normal attacks. So 20%. So ER though. What artifact should I give my Clorinde? Ideally. Oh, I think we're done. Yeah, we're done. Okay, I don't need to continue that anymore. At least for today. At least for today. Oh, by the way, like this is something that I've been doing recently. Is so whenever there's like an Archon quest, like whenever there's like a big quest, I take my time doing it. Instead of doing daily commissions, instead I go through like each part of it until like I get my encounter stage points. and then I just claim them, and then that's it. Like, I didn't have to do daily commissions. So, okay, even though the quest is not finished, I already got my points. So I'm not doing it today anymore. I'm just gonna stop. So, ideally, okay, I don't have Clorinde on this account, but ideally, for Thundering Fury, but that is also like a preference. Like, for example, okay, so, oh man, okay, I can't really show it, but because I don't have Clorinde on this account. Or maybe I do. Okay, alright.
知ることがないなら私が遊びに
No. Okay. Alright. Anyway, so yeah, ideally for Thundering Fury, but it also depends on you. If you want to have just non-stop rotations, then you go for Thundering Fury, because it's not a bad set on her, really. Like, it's her best in slot set. But if you want more, like, how much is the damage difference, by the way, between Thundering Fury and Whimsy? Does anyone know how much the damage difference is between Thundering Fury and Whimsy? Because I don't know the math, but I feel like Whimsy might give you more damage per rotation, but Thundering Fury is just her best in slot because, like, the rotation is a lot smoother. Oh, this is annoying. Oh, my ping is really high today. How much is my ping today? Ooh, man. That's satisfying. Comes down to the team you're running and how you want to play your rotations. Yeah. So it's either Whimsy, 4-piece Whimsy. Whimsy is Arlecchino's set. Whimsy is Arlecchino's set. It's either 4-piece Whimsy or 4-piece Thundering Fury. I got Clorinde, although he got Navia, which is who I wanted. What do I do? Jealous. Just let him borrow your account, and in return you ask him to let you borrow his account. Although the question now is, like, do you want to? Like, do you actually? Is there anything on his account that makes it worth borrowing his account? Well, Baiju skipping Alhaitham, Yelan everything now. I pulled Baiju skipping Alhaitham, Yelan everything now. Sorry, what do you mean by Yelan everything now, Thriller? Are you saying that Yelan's the only thing you're missing now? Is it just me, or I don't use Naida or Dendro reaction related teams because of Arlecchino and Neuvillette? Yeah, that's probably it. Because you have Neuvillette and Arlecchino. I mean, like, the only reason why I'm even using it now is because well, I recently got Alhaitham and I finally get to use him, so I'm using it.
かかれ終わりで渚のリン
Oh dear. Probably shouldn't say that on stream. Since Genshin is really strict on account borrowing, trading, or selling. I mean, like, they're brothers, you know. They probably live in the same house. So, I don't know how much of a legal thing that's gonna potentially become. Right? Because, like... Yeah, I don't know. Alright, I guess by technicality, I'm sure if Hoyo wanted to sue me or something, they probably could, right? Because it's literally stated in their EULA. But, you know, no, in that case, like, they're brothers, they probably live in the same house. Nobody's really... Yeah, nobody's gonna be able to take any legal action against whoever. I really like to pull for Navia because I'm interested in geo damage to be seen on my screen. Great waifu and great kid too. Ah, I see. Are you a Taylor Swift fan by any chance?
渚のリン星とし無事キョンやっ
What a healer for Furina and Sino. A healer for Furina and Sino to work out. I got Baiju, so I don't need a Alhaitham anymore. Because Sino will do the work now as DPS and no Yelan needed because Furina can work now. Ah, okay. Well, I mean, I still think having a Yelan on the account is still a big thing. Like, whether or not you don't need her in that specific team, but Yelan... and not necessarily Yelan, but like the type of character and the type of kit Yelan has is just... It just provides... It just opens up so many doors, so many potential teams. Okay, I got a question. Who else is loving the new 200 resin cap? Because I gotta say, like when I heard it, I was pleased. I was like mildly pleased, and I was like, oh, cool. Right? I was thinking, all right, that means I don't have to log in anymore in the middle of the day just to condense one more resin to make sure my resin doesn't get capped before the next daily server reset. Like, I knew exactly what was gonna happen, but I didn't know I was gonna feel this happy about it. It's really cool. I love it. It's awesome. Now, okay, granted, I haven't been able to fully adjust to it. Like, I feel like I still feel anxious in the middle of the day. I still feel like, wasn't there something I was supposed to do? Like, somewhere in the middle of the day. Because, you know, like, it's been 3 years already that I've been doing it. So, like, I still, like, in the middle of the day, I keep thinking to myself, wasn't there something else, something I had to do? Something, you know, something important. Something that makes me feel anxious. And then I remember, oh, I guess I was supposed to condense some resin, but, like, no, I don't need to anymore. It's so cool. Like, it's so... I love it. It's awesome. Like, I don't know what took them this long. I'm gonna guess it's probably... They probably did it because... So, Wuthering Waves... Oh, okay, so I have a question. How much resin or whatever equivalent... whatever the equivalent is of resin... is there in Star Rail? Does anyone know? And how quickly does each... Like, how long does it take to fill up resin? Or the resin equivalent in Star Rail from 0 to full? Is it the same as in Genshin? Like at least, but not now, but like before. Before the new 200 resin cap. Okay, at least when I log in, my resin is not overcapped, right? It's so convenient. I love it. RJ, good morning. I got Alhaitham. Did you get the buttons? I did, but not on all my accounts just yet. So I'm still pretty anxious. Still pretty anxious. 0 primos left on my main account rather. Yeah, I got her on my second and third account, but 0 primos left on the main account. Close-ish to pity. I think I'm at like 74 pity already, but on 50-50. So I'm quite anxious. I'm very anxious. HSR resin cap is 240. Yeah, so it's 240, but how quickly does it regenerate? How quickly do you get one resin? Like, how long? What's the timer for each resin? For each unit? Still have PTSD Wonder Banner because I got him 50. Pity, I just wanted Farazan Constellations. Akira! Ding! Ah! Leave me alone! And then like shows a picture of Wander. Like as soon as you hear the ding, like Wander's picture becomes like a negative colors. Oops. Oh my god. Who makes these choices? To put something you want to interact with right next to something that doesn't matter. Like, who makes these choices? I know there's like a really annoying one in Inazuma where it's like so right here. So the crafting bench is right next to... Oh, is it the crafting bench? I don't remember. It's something. I think it's the crafting bench. Right next to a sign that nobody wants to talk to. It's so annoying. Like, dude, move. It's the stove. Oh, the stove. Yeah. That's right. Man, I don't know. What does that even do for them? Does that just increase the amount of interactions or like actions that we do in the game, and that is like good statistics for them? Like, is that it? I think 5 minutes every one resin. 5 minutes in Wuthering Waves. So 5 minutes. Can somebody confirm that? 5 minutes for one resin in Wuthering Waves? Okay, maybe I could just Google it. Okay, the first... Wuthering Waves energy system. Okay. So what is it called? Stamina system. Wuthering Waves stamina is consumed. Perform actions. No, that's stamina. Resin system. Okay, what is it called? Very Genshin players out there. Basically resin. So what is it called? Wave plate. One wave plate. Is that it? Wave plate? Is it called wave plate? Yeah, okay. Every 6 minutes. So, okay. 6 minutes. Let's do some basic math. All right. So, 240 times 6. So, how many minutes is that? 1440 divided by 60. So, how many hours is that? Exactly 24 hours. I guess it's fine. Okay. Now in Genshin's case, it was 21. No. Yes. It was 21 hours and 20 minutes. In Genshin it was 21 hours and 20 minutes from 0 to 180. Sorry, 160 before. Now 24 is a really nice round number. But I still feel like it could make you feel anxious. Like for example, okay, let's say you start from the very beginning. Your wave plates, your wave plates are capped at 240. And let's say the daily server reset is let's just for example is at 5 in the afternoon. And if I log in at let's say 5 in the afternoon, okay? I was waiting for the daily server reset. Okay, boop, it happens. It happens right now. And then I use up all 240. That I don't know, like for example, like I start uncapping it. I start using it up and then I use all 240. If I used up all 240 and I started right now at exactly like 5:01, 5:02, that means the next time it's going to be full will also be tomorrow, 5:01, 5:02. But I heard that almost everything there costs 60 resin. Yeah, right. So yeah, I heard that almost everything there costs 60 resin. So 60. So the next time you're gonna be able to use your wave plate, you're gonna be able to consume it to push the time further back. The time when your wave plates are capped again will be into 60 6 hours. So you're gonna have to wait 6 hours until you can log in again and use your wave plates so that you could push back the time tomorrow when your wave plates will be capped. Does that make sense? Like, I hope this is making sense. Right? So that means, okay, now 5 o'clock, let's say, like, I've sort of come up with a routine that gives me, I don't know, like 15, 20 minutes, half an hour, maybe an hour of free time every day around 5 to 6 in the afternoon. And that is sort of my dedicated time to when I can play Wuthering Waves. Okay, cool. And then let's say I'm a busy guy. That's the only time in my day that I'm gonna be able to play Wuthering Waves. So that means every single day my wave plates are probably gonna get capped if I'm not logging in exactly right before when I started using up my wave plates the previous day. Now, if you're a normal person, that probably won't bother you. That's very unlikely to bother you. But if you're like me, ever the maximizer, that probably should have been my YouTube name. It probably shouldn't have been RJ Can Play. Probably I should have probably named my YouTube channel The Maximizer. So, if you're like me, then that's gonna bother you a lot. Like, that's really gonna bother you. Yeah, so I don't know. I feel like I prefer Genshin's current system now. Because, like, if my resin is capped today at 200, I can use up all the 200. I could just condense it or whatever. I could just use up all the whole 200, but then it will cap again in let me see, 26 hours. I remember doing the math on this before. I don't remember. It was 26 hours something. 26 hours 20 minutes, or was it 26:40? Uh, 26 hours 40 minutes. Yeah. Or you can have Star Rail's resin system with 26 Star Rail? Really? Really? Wait. Honky Star Reel. Oh my god, 2640? Why didn't they just do that in Genshin? There's resin overflow cap that holds an extra 2400. What is this? Do they even want people to play their game? Genshin, when you implement overflow resin, when Wuthering Waves has more revenue than you? Well, if that's the case, then never. I mean, like, that's probably not gonna happen. Like, okay, so I'm not some, like, Genshin loyalist or something. This is just my prediction. Genshin has just had too long of a time to establish itself. Now, granted, you know, they could still majorly screw this up. Hoyo could still majorly screw up Genshin somehow. And as long as they don't do that, then I don't really expect Wuthering Waves at all to replace Genshin. Or at least, like, to eat up more market share than Genshin does. Like, it's hard to explain, but so Wuthering Waves number 1 is like, so it's basically the same, like, game aesthetic, right? Like the cell shaded like anime aesthetic characters with the what is it called, physics based rendering, like art style in the open world, and the physics based rendering makes the open world look so pretty. It looks like realistic. No, it looks surreal. Yeah, there you go. It looks surreal. It looks like close enough to reality that it makes, like, it in your brain, it registers as like, oh, that's a real mountain, that's a real forest, that's a real valley, etc. But because it's not like photorealistic, they can make it look pretty, and it doesn't bother your brain. Right, it doesn't make your brain think that, oh, that looks weird, right? Like, you know, like the way that when your eyes see bad CGI, your brain immediately thinks, oh, that looks weird, right? Because you know that this isn't supposed to look real. It's like a pretty version of reality, and because you already have that thought in mind, you just think, okay, it looks pretty, right? Like, so they're basically the same. Like, they're trying to use the same selling points, is what I'm saying. Wuthering Waves is trying to use the same selling points as what Genshin has, but, like, obviously they have different developers, and they clearly have, like, a different focus over there. Like, their developers probably have different passions. They probably, like, they have different agendas. They have different goals. They have slightly different target demographics. And, like, you know, it's very clear already, because everyone says, like, oh, you know, combat over there is a little harder. Combat over there is a little more active, right? Like, you can't seem to do combat over there, like, with your brain turned off, unless if you're just some kind of gamer god or something. And at least that's what I've been hearing, and that's certainly what I could see in the footage that I've already seen of it. That plus the other stuff that I've heard, that there seems to be a part of the game that makes it so that you are able to just grind nonstop over there. So it's a gacha game, like gacha is their monetization, but they seem to be more along the lines of like RPG. Like it seems to be more along the lines of like an RPG game, like single player RPG game, where you could just keep getting stronger the more you grind, but not exactly, but at least like a part of the game is like that. And the combat is more intensive. Like it's more fun for the adrenaline junkies, the more try-hardy kind of gamers that want more exciting combat. Whereas Genshin is definitely not that. Genshin is very, like, its target demographic is very different. This month, Wuthering Wave's gonna have more revenue than Genshin. Mark my words. You know, I think so. I heard that they've been having issues over there, right? Like the optimization issues, they've been having optimization issues. They've been having and like that plus like a bunch of bugs and glitches, and but I've also heard that they've been super generous, like very generous, like generous that so generous that people people like the meme Genshin could never has been a thing, and at least that's what I keep hearing. And there's nothing wrong with that. You know what? I think that's pretty cool of them. But business-wise, I think it's the wrong decision, because people are going to get used to the extra generous Wuthering Waves, and I think what's gonna happen is, like, sooner or later they're gonna have to stop being generous, because like if they're this generous, then at some point people are gonna realize, well, I don't need to buy premium currency here anymore, because they're so generous that I could get every character in every banner because they give us enough currency. All right, and at some point they're gonna have to stop doing that. What was my lineup here again? Hang on, let me think. Cryo. Okay, Hydro Dude, Electro. Yeah. Okay. Oh, okay. One more, I guess. Sure, I guess. Optimization issues, I can't really blame them. They've been extremely ambitious with their game. Yeah, they really have been, because like so Punishing Grey Raven was was a pretty good game, right? But it was a very like small scale sort of game. It was very small scale, like very few people knew about it. Not very few people, but like enough people to at least, you know, make it be considered as a success. But like not like the people who aren't into that niche of games wouldn't know about it. Right, because of the niche, like their again their demographic, like the target demographic is different. I guess I can't damage structures for that. Hey, what's up, Unrevealed? Hey, what's up, me? Yo, long time no see, man. How have you been? So, like, from that, like, very niche, like, having their own little corner of the internet demographic type of game to all of a sudden targeting like the majority, like this giant niche. Like, so Genshin is still kind of niche in the gaming space, right? Like, if you think about it, it's still pretty niche, but because of like all the marketing, all the brand development that Hoyo has done, it's created its own niche. Like, it's created its own demographic of players. And now there's this whole market. There's this chunk of the gaming space where it's still its own niche, but it's not like this tiny corner of the internet like Honkai Star Rail was back then, or Wuthering Waves. Or sorry, not Wuthering Waves. Punishing Grey Raven. It's become its, like, I guess, genre. Yeah, I guess that's the best way to put it. It's become its own genre. Maybe I should get some ranged ones. Yeah, I guess I should. Ranged. Let me see. As long as no Hydra, I guess. I don't know. Sure. I guess. Yeah, whatever. Did you hear the game Snowbreak? Oh, sorry, hang on. Excuse me. I need to start summoning. Where it's a dead game in launch, and then it became a Coomer. Or what's a Coomer game? Coomer-like game because of the way it designs interactions with the characters and revenue increased a lot. Sorry, what is a Coomer-like game? What is that? Only way you got 2 5 stars this early is only getting lucky. Gang War Simulator. You can reach endgame in day 1 in Wuthering Waves. Learning the dodging mechanics has been the challenge for me. So bad. I think that's okay because, like, like you just said, you can reach endgame in day 1, but because the combat is a lot more fast-paced and it's a lot more like you actually have to pay attention to the combat over there. That is the end game part, or what is this? Oh, the defense thing. Okay, that is the end game. Like the end game is like in game is different, right? It's like you can like you said, you can reach it in day 1, but the actual end game there is actually getting good at the game and sort of like I guess increasing your skill level in the game, that the game starts to feel easy for you. I'm too used to iframing everything in Genshin. Just finished high school, so I'll be more active here again. Oh, okay. Hey, congrats, man. Congrats. You just graduated, I guess. Cool. How was it, man? The fact that you reach endgame in one day is pretty horrible. Yeah, because like imagine like if you played Genshin, 'cause, okay, Genshin is like a fairly easy game, right? At least, especially in comparison to a game like Wuthering Waves or like some, let's say Street Fighter, right? Like Street Fighter or Counter-Strike, like those competitive games are certainly like the types of games where there is no ceiling to like the level of skill that players could have. Because how good you need to be at the game is only limited to how good the players that you want to beat are. Like, it doesn't matter if you're a world champion. If there's still someone you know that is better than you at it, then you still want to keep getting better, right? So even though that's it, that's like there's no progression in the game, there's no end to the game either. But if you can reach, if the game is like the type of game where there's like progression, you build characters, you make them stronger, you build teams, etc. So and if you reach that point where like you can start engaging in the toughest part of the game in one day, like that's it, you've 100%ed the game in one day. And like, all right, do you have a reason to keep playing it then? I think I just lost. What? I lost one tower. So that should have been maximum 50%. Well, I mean, I didn't lose one tower, but I was barely alive. So how do I still have 75%? I don't get it. Oh, hey, what's up, Mr. J? How you doing, man? English VAs were complaining, but instead of Snowbreak listening, they decided to just drop the end dub. Oh, okay. Yikes. When I got in Genshin for dailies, I always try to grapple and try to run walls. Alright. I think I get it. It's like muscle memory. Wow, you certainly developed muscle memory for Wuthering Waves pretty quickly. Nice. How your streams usually coincide with my dinner. Yeah, because like this time is usually like, so now for me is 11 in the evening. So I usually, like, the latest I like work ends for me is around 10. And I'll usually take like half an hour, maybe another hour to just to chill. You know, like I'll probably like finish watching whatever I was watching before then, or like in the afternoon that I didn't get to finish watching. I'll probably play like one game of StarCraft, like one super quick game, and then that's it. Yeah, and then I'll start streaming. So yeah, this is like, if I'm streaming in the evening, then this is usually when I stream. But if I'm not streaming in the evening, then that could literally be any time. I have my own pacing in these games because there's no real PvP here. If I can't do the end game right now, then I can later. I have better built units. Yeah, that's true. That's true. It's like when you're going on a walk versus when you need to go somewhere. Right? Like when you need to get to work, but work is so close that you can't drive there, you have to just walk there. Then you have to get there ASAP, versus if you're just going on a walk and you're not really trying to go anywhere, then you could just keep walking. I logged into Genshin yesterday, yesterday night to do Abyss. I was shocked. All the characters generally looked and felt like they were in slow motion. Side effects, yep. That'll get you. Speaking of which, not recently, for like a couple of weeks now, I've been watching YouTube videos at anywhere between times 1.5 or 2x playback speed. Especially if it's the type of video that's just like informational. Like I just need to listen to it, right? And like, sure, maybe I would have to see sometimes what they're trying to do, what they're trying to show or visualize, but most of the information is in the speech, then I'll watch it at like 2x or 1.5 times. And whenever I watch a video at normal speed at 1x, I'll feel like it's in slow motion. I'll be like, wait, did I make a mistake? did I go back too much? Did I take the speed down too much? Why didn't you post for 2 days? Sorry, me? What do you mean post? Like stream? I don't really ever post videos, at least not now, because I'm too lazy to make any. But yeah, no, like I'm not the type of streamer that streams every day. I generally just stream when there's something to do, and today there was something to do, so I did. I approve. Keep streaming in the evenings, and maybe I'll stop reporting your pinned message. Okay. You know, I'm fascinated by this new mechanic that they got. So remember back then when so when we were first introduced to Theater Mechanicus, we thought, oh, a tower defense game in Genshin. I mean, the fact that they designed a tower defense game, a tower defense like game in Genshin means that someone had to do some programming, right? Somebody had to do some programming that is like to create that game type. And not only that, like they don't program games like this just to make it. They program games. They program sort of like how would I best describe it? Like a mini game engine, like a mini game engine to where you can assemble stuff and disassemble stuff, like create these environments. Oh, they're too far. Oh wait, can I? No, I can't put the bomb outside. Oh dear. Well. Okay, which side is the thing coming from? Alright, I guess I'll do this. Okay, this is getting a little hectic. I can't focus anymore. I'm still confused. Like how one was almost dead and I still somehow have more than 50%? This is crazy. Hopping in long enough to say I got Clorinde. I hate Ham. I hate Ham's weapon, C3D. C3D. But I gotta take a boat to get back to Finland from Estonia. Oh, alright. Hey, thanks for stopping by, Spartan. Yeah, have a safe trip, man, and congrats. I think they chose a tower defense based on player data from the events players probably enjoyed. these types of events. Yeah, like, and they know that. They know that the type of players, at least the majority of players, and if not the majority of players, then at least the majority of their paying players, their spending players, their spenders, enjoy this type of gameplay. That's probably the case. That's most likely the case because they seem to be continuing to give us this type of game content. Not as bad as my C5 Tenari. Well, I mean, it's not as bad as my C6 Jean. I mean, Jean's nice, actually. I think Tighnari is actually pretty nice at high constellation. Like, you know, he's still not going to feel like a C6 limited 5-star character. But Tighnari, I think, at this point is maybe the best standard 5-star. Like, he's the most usable for his kit. His kit is that of an on-field DPS. And I think he's the most usable according to his kit. Should make tomorrow's stream. If it's at a reasonable EU time. Oh yeah, now it's probably like what, dinner time where you are. Generally feels like a limited 5-star. If I'm being serious. Yeah, if you build him well enough, and if you like when you get used to, and if you're in the right situation, because he's very single target focused. He's like, yeah, he's very similar to Ningguang, where Ningguang does a lot of damage in single target, but then once you start fighting like 2 or 3 or more enemies, like her DPS falls off a lot. I was trying to get Nahihi to him. Sorry, what? I lost 50-50 trying to get Nahihi to him. Who's he, Jelly? I think my account's pretty healthy because my standard characters are C0, C1, C2. Still don't have Tighnari. Ah, that's pretty cool, man. Although I wouldn't mind having a C2 gene. C2 gene is pretty fun. $6.20. Oh, okay. I guess it's right before dinner where you are, Spartan. Yeah, right before dinner. It's a pretty bad time to be watching a stream because like you gotta either get home or, well, home. You know, like not Canada home, but like get back to where you're staying and then go grab dinner. Yeah. Memble, and he's perfect for that boss you need for Nahida. Defend for your never thought of defender phrases. Yeah, here we are. His gameplay is very fast paced. I will say that. And yeah, it's like with Clorinde's kit, right? Clorinde's kit is pretty fast paced. And so is Tighnari. Plus the fact that he's a charged attack user. Charged attack bow character, which means you have to aim properly. And you can't just turn your brain off and like, yeah, it's not like with National, right? Especially with Kazuha, right? Like you E, Q on Bennett, and then you hold E on Kazuha, yeah, hold E, and then you Q, and then you Q on Shangling, you E, and then you Q, E, or Q, and like it doesn't even matter like what the order is, like as long as Bennett comes first, and then Bennett and Kazuha come first before Shangling. That's really the only order you need. Like it's not like that team where you just roll your fingers across the keyboard and you win. In a gameplay like that, you actually have to be thinking about positioning. You have to be thinking about dodging, unless if you got a shielder. But then with a shielder, you won't be doing as much damage as you would if you added in like another off-field DPS. So it's a lot more active. Join my world, please. I need help. I'll subscribe. What's up, Ryan? I am on the North America server, my friend. What server are you on? Ryan is a shrewd boy. Right? Hey, I mean, like, you know, that's it's good business sense for you. You need help, then you offer something in return. Because when someone needs help, then you expect something in return. Right? Nothing wrong with that. Just good business sense. So what server are you on, Rayan? Oh yeah, that's right. I got some of these abilities. I keep forgetting that I have these abilities. English, my server? What do you mean? North America server? The America server, Europe, the Europe server, or Asia? Oh, my dudes died. Europe? Oh, I'm sorry, Ryan. I'm on the North America server. I can't get into your world if we're on different servers. How can you offer something in Genshin unless he just let you farm in this world? Well, I mean, like, okay. You took it a little bit too literally. I mean, what's the word I'm looking for? I guess, like, in conscience, like, if you ask for something, then your conscience should make you feel like you owe them something in return. And while, you know, like, it's a nice sentiment to listen to, like, if you let's say somebody asks for help and you just give it to them and you don't expect a reward in return. I know that sounds nice and noble and all, but realistically, if you spend like 15-hour mowing somebody's lawn or like cleaning their garage or doing whatever for them, you're gonna expect something in return. Oh, hey, sup, Clara? Yeah, something. Hey, it's a free world, man. Shoot. Am I the only one in the community here in the Taiwan server? Taiwan server? Oh, yeah. Sorry, why? Who? What is the difference between that server and Asia, by the way? Like, I'm still confused as to why that's a separate server. Taiwan, Hong Kong, what else is it? Like, it's just abbreviations. And started the Glen. Sorry, what was the what is this conversation? Could have been like me and just annoyed RJ back when he was below 100 subs. Started the Glen meme. I feel kind of sad that I don't use Gene anymore. At least like not as often. Although when Furina released, I did use Jean a bit. So I was kind of happy to hear Who is Glenn a couple more times. But I feel sad now that I have Xianyun, I have zero need for Jean anymore. Well, at least I still don't have I don't have Xianyun on the second account, so I guess that's one place that I might need to use Jean. Clara, okay. So yes, what was your question, Clara? You smoke cigarettes and oh well, not this daily commission. I was gonna make a joke about RJ casually insulting his audience, but I'm too hungover. Insulting? Wait, how did I insult someone? I like capybaras. If you see this, I'll subscribe. Capybaras are cute. I just realized why. Wow. Clorine's damage is actually kind of abysmal. Just raw damage. Like, look at this. Okay. Wait, is this weapon leveled up? Yes. Okay, it is leveled up. Yeah. Okay. So this Clorine's fully built. Sure. That's okay. That's sort of abysmal. Wow, that's sad. I mean, I guess they, I guess they calculated it so that it would be good enough for endgame, with all the reactions, I guess. Well, all right. I guess I shouldn't have expected too much from Clorine's multipliers because it's electro, you can swirl it, which means you can use VV to buff it. That on top of being able to run it in a quicken team. Yeah, like comparing it to Dendro, for example. Like, okay, at this point, I guess like the closest like Dendro competitor, like character that's similar to Clorinde is Alhaitham. They're likely to have given. No, you know what? Never mind. We also do have 4 Deepwood. 4 Deepwood is, basically just VV. Okay. Yeah, I thought I was making a point there, and then like I realized there was no point to be made. My thoughts on her, cool, but other 4-star characters for a banner, kind of crap. I don't have enough for her anyway, and been playing Honkai more. She is actually quite cool. Like alright, in lore, I think she's pretty cool. She's pretty badass. Her playstyle, I think, is pretty fun. But she's not very strong as an on-field DPS. But I think she's quite balanced. To where, like, if you try hard, like if you're F2P, you're not a whale, and you try hard and put in the effort to build her properly, use her properly, put her in the appropriate teams to maximize her kit, then she will be more than good enough for endgame. But if you don't, then she'll also just feel really bad. She'll just hit like a wet noodle if you don't. So I think she's perfectly balanced. think there's attack speed artifacts. Attack speed. I don't think so. I think there's just weapons and maybe constellations. Oh, and I guess some character kits, you know, like Yunjin. Speaking of Yunjin, has anyone tried Yunjin with Clorinde? Okay, I thought about it for a little bit, and that sounds pretty bad. Because Clorinde does so many hits that you're gonna use up Yunjin's charges so fast. "35 wishes, find and get Toma. Sad for the capybara in me." You're trying to get Toma? For what team? Oops. I think that the most annoying part of Clorinde's kit that I don't really like is the fact that she has no resistance to interruption whatsoever in her kit. Now, granted, we do have a bunch of characters, a bunch of supports that already have that, and not all characters need to have really strong offense and resistance to interruption in their kit, because we already have characters like that, and the characters that we have that have good DPS and resistance to interruption are way broken. So I understand it's to balance her out, but it just cuts away at how fun she could be, how much more fun she could be. She's already pretty fun to play, but she could have been a lot more fun with resistance to interruption. Pavilion is an attack speed artifact. Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. Pavilion. Since you're the Philippines, RJ, since you are the Philippines, how do you feel about Jollibee? Oh man, I'm a I used to be a fan. I mean, I still like when I see Jollibee, and when somebody, like, if somebody offers to buy me lunch or dinner or like food from Jollibee, I'll be happy. I'll be very happy. But as for me, like deciding to eat there, I would probably only order their regular yum. They call it a yum, like their regular burgers. Their regular yum burgers. And what else? Let me think. What was it? Their strawberry sundae. That's it. Like, and nothing else. But I did say I used to be a fan, and that is absolutely true. In fact, I have an ID. I have an ID from Jollibee that says Jollibee Kid. And I still have it. And that is absolutely true. I loved Jollibee. It's basically McDonald's, really, is what it is. And so now I loved all of their food. I loved their spaghetti. I loved their chicken meals, their everything, really. And then, like, when I got a little older, I started to not enjoy their cheeseburgers so much, because like their mixture is a little weird. Because at McDonald's, when you order a cheeseburger, so obviously cheese, right? And obviously the burger itself, the patty, and they have pickles, and like their sauce is like a little sour. I guess it's mustard. I don't know what it is. Like it's whatever it is. Right, it's a little sour, and it goes so well with cheese, and it's awesome, and I love it. But at Jollibee, their like sauce, it's sweet. It's sweet, so it goes really weirdly with cheese. So I feel like I'm eating an inferior product, even though I'm paying for more, compared to their regular burgers. So now I don't really enjoy their burgers anymore. I still like their regular burgers, but anything else, no. Um, and okay, so as for their fries, I like McDonald's fries a lot more. Unless if it's really new, then yes. But if it's like if it just came out, if they just took it out of the fryer, then yes, I like it. It's just as good as McDonald's fries, but otherwise no. And their chicken, oh man. So I don't know if this is a thing just here in my city, or if it's everywhere. So my wife used to keep telling me that she feels like as soon okay, so when she's eaten most of the chicken, most of the meat, and she starts picking some meat off of the bones on the chicken, she's told me this for like years before I started to notice it. She said that she feels like she tastes some soap, and I didn't notice it at all for years until maybe the last 2 or 3 years. So only 2 or 3 years ago did I finally notice it. And when I finally noticed it, my wife was like, "See, I told you." So okay, and I think what it is so over here, I don't know if this is a thing in many other countries, but over here in the Philippines, no one confirms it. There's no company is gonna confirm whether they do this or not. But it is a known fact. Like everyone knows this. Again, not legally confirmed, but everyone knows this for a fact that providers of chicken, not Jollibee, not like the cooked chicken, but like the chicken that McDonald's or like any other like chicken place, you know, the people who provide like the meat, chicken meat, they dip their chicken in chlorine. Like they basically give all their chicken chlorine baths, like in these giant chlorine baths. So what should I? Oh, what is this? This is the Sino one. Yeah, in these giant chlorine baths. Like, and when I say chlorine, I mean literally chlorine. You know, like the stuff that you use to clean your white clothes. Yes, that chlorine. And I understand like why they do this. It's a form of preservative. Like it keeps the chicken looking fresh, and from so that they could store it for longer than normal. But I think they do it a little too much. Whatever it is that Jollibee does, they seem to do it a little more than McDonald's or any other chicken place, like KFC or Kenny Rogers or Wendy's or whoever. And I think Jollibee does it a little bit too much. Sorry, where am I? Okay, I hope I'm in the right place. Yeah, and that's why I can taste the chlorine, like especially as I get closer to the bones. Yeah, I can taste the chlorine, and it is awful. I feel like I'm eating soap. KFC recipe when I'm sorry, man. Like I have no recipes to speak of whatsoever. I cannot cook to save my life, man. So yeah, that's why I'm not a fan of Jollibee anymore. In fact, I like eating chicken at local stores now, at local restaurants.
よく考えてみた。先生は
僕もどう
沈黙ので加えて急に子供の頃の俺は頭の中に強い意志が存在することしか理解していなかった。今
All
思
the
い返し
chicken
て
and
みると
Clorinde.
こういうができずとも
How does she still have time to work and play D&D?
何らかの形で人間を励ま
Alright.
精神に伝わる力こそ
Okay, relax,
奴
Mr.
らが
J.
信仰してい
It's
るもの
not.
なのかもしれない。
It's not Clorinde.
正面からどう
そういえばあとカーベが砂漠で仕事
Oh
中に聞いた
man,
話によると
Shadow. If
部族の
only,
だから
if only Genshin would. Right? So I heard that Wuthering Waves has a skip button. Like it's just skip everything. I heard about that. If only Genshin would ever. Now that would be the day. I'm pausing until the quest is over. Yeah, I know. I hate it too. But I prefer doing this and skipping dialogue than doing normal daily commissions. Because I'm gonna go through this anyway. I might as well go through this and get my enchantment or whatever it's called, encounter points. Rather than do my daily commissions
待
and
たせたな、セトス。
still do this anyway.
考えはまとまった？
その前に
Genshin could never.
僕はちょっと
There it goes.
医学
Yep,
を
there
か
it
じったこ
goes.
と
You,
がある
you
ん
saw
だ
it, folks. You have a lot of street fried chicken here in the Philippines. Yeah, right. I prefer eating like these street street stalls. These street fried chicken stalls. They're like, I'm sure
静かに
they
ね。
probably still get their chicken from like a similar or probably the same places as where these
バムーン
where
は深い
Jollibee,
昏睡状
McDonald's,
態に
these
あって
larger entities get them
若い頃に
from.
残念ながら
But I don't know, like whatever it is that Jollibee here
条
does,
件を言い
like they're doing something too much or they're doing something wrong.
セノ
Because like I can taste the soap,
理にかなって
whereas like at these like street food vendors, like street fried chicken vendors, you like it just feels like I just cooked it at
お前
home.
が勝った。
あ
Ganyu, Ayato, Wander, Toma. Ganyu, Ayato, Toma. Ganyu, Ayato. So, Rayan, it sounds like okay. All right. Don't take this the wrong way, okay? But it sounds like you are a new player. Either a new player or you just don't care about having team synergy and you just play characters that you like.
ここまで話が進んだんだ。
今更だ
Because you have 3
先生がこっそり家を
on-field
出て行った時だ
DPSs. You have 3 on-field damage dealers.
勝たないとね。
And Toma's,
大
I
マハ
guess,
マ
a
トラに
support
も君自身にも
in a team that he's not, he's generally not very good in. Level 50? Well, okay, that's still newish.
砂漠の
That's still
文明
newish
は
because
非
like
常に
people
古い
can
の
get
で
to adventure rank
様
like
々な心の願い
45,
が全ての根
or
源だ。
45 or 50 in about 3 or 4 months of active gameplay.
それだけじゃない気がする。全ては
Would you rather go Jollibee or Manginasal? I would go to Manginasal any day. Because like for all the reasons that I said, like it's just going to Jollibee. Maybe if I'm only there for like their normal burgers, or the strawberry sundae. Yes, obviously like there's no sundae at Manginasal's. They do have halo halo though. But obviously if I don't feel like a halo halo, I just feel like eating a sundae, then I'll go to Jollibee's. But for the chicken, no, absolutely not. would prefer not to eat eat chicken at Jollibee's anymore, ever. Oh, that being said though, yeah, speaking of Inasal, over here in my city, there is... Hang on, let me see. There's only one Mang Inasal. And there, yeah, literally only one. Because there is a local... local store, not store. It's a... I don't know if it's a franchise. I don't know if it's a franchise because they have many branches in quite a lot of cities, including cities not near here. But I haven't seen one in Luzon though. But I have seen some in Visayas. And I think it's a franchise. I don't know. But they have some really good chicken. And like it... So... I'm sure you know. Do you know Chooks to Go? Tokusu, do you know Chooks to Go? While this was cancer, not getting a new permanent game mode on the first half. Changed to the second half is beyond cancer 4 years. I'm not new, I got AR 46. Well, I mean, from what I understand, Shadow, you sound like you're somebody who doesn't play super actively and really only plays when you want to. Not that new, I have 7 banner characters. So Ryan, what type of player would you consider yourself to be? Would you consider yourself to be the type of player who's trying to who focuses on combat and like making stronger teams and stronger characters? Or are you the type of player who's like more casual and only pulls for characters and uses characters that you like, but then like the characters that you like have nothing to do with how you play them, but like you just like their character in the story? Like which type of player are you? Oh, okay, I better make... Yikes, this is loud. Okay, I am making Genshin quieter. Yeah, because cutscenes like this are very often super loud. So everything, my PC now, everything on my PC is at 12 volume, and Genshin's at 2. Game audio is really loud. Yeah, because it's a cutscene. It's a pre-rendered cutscene. It happens. I'm the type to give up on quests. Really? So you have a bunch of stuff in your quest menu, Jelly, that aren't finished? Are they? Should I shout something? There are policemen outside my house. If you shout, then the police are gonna come to you. So that's up to you, man. If you want to talk to the police, then you could shout, but they're probably just gonna tell you you wasted their time if there's nothing really wrong. You're welcome, Mr. J. I wish I had a better way to do this, because doing it in the Windows volume mixer is kind of annoying. I hate it when I raise the volume of a specific program back up to match everything else, and then I go a little too high, and then what ends up happening is now the system volume will go up, but everything else isn't going up. So now I have to adjust everything else back to even. I hate it when that happens. It's halved. Are you saying? What are you talking about? Halved, Jelly? The volume? Genshin's volume? No, it's not halved. It's so everything is 12 and Genshin is 2. So it's like, what is that? Yeah, like 6 times. By 6 times. Sethos was win here. So they turn Sethos into a 5-star and demote Spino into. I mean, that'd be. That's too much, man. That's too much. Come on, remember, we have whales in Genshin who spent like I don't know, maybe $2,000 to $3,000 to C6 Spino and get R5 Scarlet's hands, right? And now I know, at C0, with no Scarlet's hands, he really kind of feels like a 4-star, like a really good 4-star, but he doesn't feel like a 5-star. But I'm sure Hoyo doesn't want to make their whales feel bad about spending all that money on a character that just ends up getting demoted to a 4-star later on. It happened to Ningguang. Oh yeah, that's right. I heard from somewhere that Ningguang was supposed to be a 5-star. I like the character I want, but in a good team, I'm upgrading characters that I like. But good support like Mona, Bennett, I got to high level. Okay. Anyway, so yeah, how do you feel about Genshin's combat system, Ryan? Are you having any trouble with combat or anything? To Barbara as well. Oh yeah, that's right. I heard about that too. That Barbara was supposed to be a 5-star, and that's why she has a burst animation. Barbara is the only 4-star in the game that has a 5-star burst animation. Even the Traveler doesn't have. The Traveler's a 5-star, right? Like we could see it. It's a 5-star. Traveler's a 5-star, but the Traveler doesn't have a burst animation. I think 4.8 Emily Genshin versus Jinshi. And Changli 1.1. Oh, okay. I think Wuwa has the upper hand here because the animations on Emily just okay. Wuthering Waves 1.1 characters have insane animations. Well, like I said, Wuthering Waves is the underdog, and for them to they're sort of playing catch up, right? It's like Wuthering Waves is AMD from it's like Wuthering Waves is AMD from 2005. Yeah, from 2005, and Genshin is like Intel in 2005. Yeah, Wuthering Waves is the underdog. They're trying to play catch up. So they have to put in extra effort to try and compete in the same space. Nope, I got good builds. Farming Primos for Toma. I need to go Toma this banner. Ah, I see. Alright. Well, I wish you luck, Rayan. It's really hard. You know, actually, it's actually in Genshin, it's a lot harder to get a specific 4-star on a banner because at least with the 5 stars, after 180 wishes, you're basically guaranteed the 5-star character of the banner that you're wishing for. But as for a 4-star, there's no guarantee which 4-star you're gonna get every time. True. They need to raise their game by doing it. Yeah, that's true. That's true. They have to put in the extra effort. They have to be extra generous. They have to be extra flashy. They have to come up with features that are more attractive and better than Genshin's in order to attract. It's like it's like we players wear like flies, and Genshin and Wuthering Waves, these video games are like honey. And because Genshin was here first, and it's really good honey, all of us went to the Genshin honey, and now some other honey wants to be in the game too. And if they're only just as good, then why would we bother moving from this pile of honey to the other when this older pile of honey is just as good as the new one, right? So we might as well just stick to this old pile of honey and save ourselves the trouble of flying over there. Bro called us all insects. I mean, aren't we all? Right? Okay. Alright, think about this. You zoom out, like, however quickly you want. You start imagining yourself, like, try and visualize zooming out of your body. And keep zooming out. Keep zooming out. Just don't stop until you see Earth. Wouldn't you think that we're all insects? We're tiny. We're all tiny. In fact, me and my wife, we sometimes have these conversations, like when we sort of zoom out of ourselves. We often refer to life on Earth, not just humans, but all life on Earth. Well, mostly humans, as like cancer. We're literally like cancer cells. We're doing exactly what cancer cells do to a human body. We're doing exactly what that does to Earth. What do you think of capybaras? Capybaras are cute, but because I'm from the Philippines, I'm in the Philippines, I've never seen a capybara myself. So I can only guess as to how fluffy they are and how cute they are from pictures. And how adorably they're often portrayed in movies and stuff. Oh dear. That was a pretty bad run. We are cancer cells on Earth. Yep, exactly, right? Because isn't that what cancer cells do? Right? And not necessarily just cancer cells, but basically all sorts of viruses and bacteria that infect our human bodies, right? Once they're here, they infect a human body so that they have a place to live in. They have a place to get food and like whatever other resources they need from. be frank, it's not that hard to put in extra effort with quality of life. When Genshin put in so little effort, I already like Wuthering Waves better because skip buttons cooler combat and cooler combat. Yeah, that's true. Like if Genshin and Wuthering Waves came out at the same time, I would go for Wuthering Waves. Really. Like, right? Like, with the state of that Genshin is in now, and the state that Wuthering Waves is in now, if they were exactly the way they were, with no, nothing's changed, Wuthering Waves would be a way more attractive game than Genshin is. Although, if we put it back into reality, if Wuthering Waves and Genshin came out at the same time, they would both be competing for the same demographic, for the same game genre, and they now granted they could still choose to differentiate themselves. Like, for example, exactly what is going on right now. Wuthering Waves is trying to target a different type of player demographic than the type of player demographic Genshin is trying to target. They could still differentiate themselves from each other that way. But if they came out at the same time, they would probably be a lot more similar to each other. But Hoyo would put in a lot more effort. But the problem is there's also a chance that Wuthering Waves would be putting in a little less effort than they are putting in now. We are a small speck in the vast universe. Have you guys ever seen one of those scale of the universe videos? Or like size comparisons? Yeah, like try and look up videos of that. And like, yeah, like size comparison videos that compare, like, that start from like an ant or like a speck of dust, and then like at some point gets into the observable universe. It's kind of nuts, like, especially once you get into like some of the largest stars, and then at some point you get into the size of black holes, the size of galaxies. It gets kind of crazy. It gets the size of galaxy clusters, the size of galaxy superclusters. You can't even imagine that you're in there somewhere. Like, at some point you just see dots and you're like, oh, that's what it looks like, cool. You forget that you're somewhere in there. And it's hard to just properly imagine that the dots, the sparkling dots that you see, like, once you've zoomed out far enough, are entire galaxies and not even stars anymore. Sometimes I imagine how feeble my life is compared to the vastness of the universe. Me and my wife sometimes do that too. Yeah, and very often, my wife. I feel like my wife is in the point now where I was, like, let's see, in 20. When was it? No, when I was a kid, because like I'm a science dude. I like science, so I like, even way back then when I was in 5th grade, I used to love seeing these documentaries on Discovery Channel, and it was awesome. It was probably some of my favorite stuff that I watched from when I was a kid. Obviously, apart from cartoons, of course. And it made me feel really small. It made me feel like, man, life is kind of worthless. Like, I don't even know why I'm bothering to work so hard. I'm nothing in the universe. And then I feel hungry and then I eat anyway. Author and author. Community center across the street. Well, I see my window looking from the moon. We're all equally big. Sorry, what? I can see from my window, looking from the moon, we're all equally big. Okay. Yep. That's it's kind of not weird. What's the word? Um, I guess it just it just evens itself out. Yeah, like once you get far enough, like you just everyone is just equally as small. Kardashev scale. I don't know if you've done correctly. You really see how small we are. Wait, what is the Kardashev scale again? I forgot. There's so many scales in science that I can't exactly remember which one is which anymore. Oh, this thing. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's like a scale that measures the civilization's technological advancement. So yeah, on that scale, like humans, we're basically ants. We're basically cavemen on that scale. I don't know, like someday though, like someday when we're able, so I know that a Dyson sphere is not Dyson the vacuum cleaner, okay? Like a Dyson sphere. In case you guys don't, aren't familiar with what it is, like go look it up. It's a pretty cool idea of technology. It's a very sci-fi thing. So one day, like if humanity is able to just pull itself together and like make a Dyson sphere around the sun, we would have so much energy that I think energy, like electricity, I think it would just basically be for free. Because that is so much energy. Although, albeit that probably depends on like what we're gonna use it for. Once we have that much energy, I'm sure humanity is probably gonna figure out a way to use some of that energy to destroy ourselves. Like, I mean, like, look at what happened when we discovered nuclear fission. Instead of using that discovery, okay, technically we did use that discovery to come up with a cleaner way to generate energy for us, but no, instead of doing that, like we used it to kill ourselves, to kill each other. Irony of when we get sick, we have a fever, and now Earth is also getting hotter like a fever because of us. That's actually exactly what me and my wife talk about too. Yeah, that's exactly the kind of stuff that me and my wife talk about. So sorry, by the way, I'm falling behind on these messages because like I know we're getting into like this more I guess like philosophical like sciencey topic, so messages are getting longer. But I'm really interested in what your guys' thoughts are. So I kind of want to take my time reading through all of them. Yeah. Although I understand that Earth isn't a biological being. It's not gonna die because, cancer cells are eating it up, right? Because the thing is too is like when we eat up the stuff on Earth, when we consume Earth's resources, it doesn't really go anywhere. It just comes back. We take iron from underground and we make it into like whatever iron we need for whatever we need iron for. Like we need, like we use it like we take steel, we refine it, we make steel, we make cars, we make like stuff with it. We take diamonds, we take gold, we take silicon, stuff like that, and then we just change it into whatever else we need. But we're not exactly ejecting it into outer space, so it's just here, right? So in like I don't know, 1 billion years from now, all of that is gonna go back into the Earth. All of that is gonna disintegrate. No, I'm sorry, not disintegrate. All of that is gonna degrade. Like while okay, sure, you could say plastic's not it's not biodegradable. But yes, it's not biodegradable. But at some point, it will go back to the Earth. It's, it won't be plastic anymore. It'll gradually break down into whatever components are in it. Yeah, that's the only difference, is that Earth is not a biological being, so it's never really going to die. The ones that do die when Earth has a fever is us, the infection. This is actually something that George Carlin, in case you guys don't know him, I swear you're gonna love his stuff. He refers to himself as a writer who performs his own content, and he doesn't refer to himself as a comedian who writes his own content. He refers to himself as a writer who performs his own content. And there was this one routine where he talks about this exact thing. Where, okay, so the way he phrases it, he starts it off is so he says he's sick of all these people that say we're gonna save the earth. he says he's sick of all these people that keep saying we're gonna save the earth, we're gonna go green, we're gonna we're gonna plant some trees, we're gonna save earth, we're gonna save these whales, save these snails. That's exactly what he says. And then, fast forward to later, at some point he mentions we're not saving the earth. The earth is not gonna die. It's just gonna be here. It's right. It's still gonna be here 1,000,000 years from now. Who is gonna die is us. We're going away. Earth. He says Earth's not going away. We're going away. And all we care about is a comfortable place for us to live in. And at some point, he refers to Earth as like the Earth is gonna shake us off like fleas. Capybara is so happy. Capybara, Cappy is happy. Bara is happy. Cappy and Bara are dancing. What is this? Is this a tongue twister? A one-tail capybara boom. What? Alright, I'm sorry guys. I'm gonna have to skip a couple of these. Just funny that you were making this point while I'm staring at the quote saying the same thing on the wall across the street. I wanna eat you. What? Well, I mean, you are a cat though, so isn't that what cats do? Cats just do their own thing. They don't really care what happens. They're like, hey human, you're home. Feed me. Okay, I'm full now. I'm going away now. You want to touch me? No, I'm going away now. I'm full. I don't need you anymore. I guess cats do exactly what they want to do. RJ Ken philosophy, and I'm all for it, to be honest. Oh, hey, cool. I'm glad you enjoy it, man. I think I remember commenting in one of your streams from super long ago. We talked about this kind of thing in that stream too. I do remember like maybe 1 or 2 streams where we talked about something similar, and one stream where we talked about like the same topic, but like we went about it a different direction. Like we were talking about like a different side of this. I don't remember exactly what, but I remember it wasn't exactly this, I think. But it was like the same topic, like we were just like zooming out. But I have referenced George Carlin quite a lot on this channel. I'm still kind of disappointed that I don't know, at least I don't know of anyone who makes the same kind of content as George Carlin. Man, like whatever his content is, it's exactly the type of content that I enjoy. It's like being realistic, but also not falling into the despair of feeling small. Instead, he's here to keep enjoying the show. In fact, those are words that he very often says. He often talks about like American society, American politics, and life in general, religion. But he talks about like how much he despises them because of this, and that, and like it's very often quite funny. I don't know if you enjoy his kind of humor, but I think it's funny. But in the end, overall, he keeps talking about himself as if he's enjoying the show. He's there to watch the show, and the show is like history unfolding. Pretty sure this universe is as it is, because some things are just not meant for us to achieve or learn. Especially with our very short human lifespans. And our very selfish natures. Because, now, granted, even if humans weren't selfish, even if humans, like all humans, worked together, I think humanity would be a lot further into the future right about now, both in terms of technology and in like what society would be right now. But hey, we're humans, we're selfish, we want things for ourselves and don't want to give it to everyone because we want more for ourselves. So yeah, that's what we are now. And even then, yeah, our lifespans are too short for it to achieve anything significant, at least on the universe's scale. Save the Earth people, just want to virtue signal. I mean, I guess some of them probably have good intentions. Like they really think, like some of them okay, like for example in the what was it, the 70s? I don't remember what period of America this was, like whether it was in the 70s or 80s. There were a bunch of hippies who were just I don't know, like love this, love that, spread the love, whatever, like save Earth, do that kind of stuff. I'm pretty sure that some of them had good intentions and like they truly believed that Earth had feelings, you know, stuff like that. And I'm sure a lot of people think like that. And it's not like some of them are not even like misinformed or like uneducated. Like some of them are, I'm sure, are very intelligent people. It's just that they, I guess, choose to believe in it. Guess that's just the faith that they've decided to have. I mean, you know, we got in the meantime, we got people believing in religion, right? We got people believing that, okay, so nothing against religion, because people who believe in their symbols, their idols or whatever, their different god, their different religions' gods, cool, right? You worship that. But some people, they believe in religion and they worship not the religion, but they worship the people there. And in fact, it's so bad in some of them that their churches are basically glorified country clubs that just use God as an excuse to come together. Like at the very least, in a country club, you know, like however much you pay to be there is fixed, right? It's a price. You're making a purchase. But in some of these churches, like in some of these churches, there's no fixed price. It's a donation. It's up to you how much you give, right? And you could give $1, you could give 5 cents, or you could give $1 million. You bet that guy who gave $1 million is gonna get treated like their family. And you bet the guy who gave 5 cents is gonna get a smile. Or a raised eyebrow, who knows? You could, there's a chance you might get a raised eyebrow instead of a smile. Oh, hey, what's up, Shuri? How you doing, man? A smile? Too much. You're probably gonna get a raised eyebrow. Like, they're like, is that all you're giving? Really? Yeah, that's true. That's true. It's, and so, okay, and I've seen some of these churches who aren't, like, their leaders aren't very subtle with words. They're not very direct, they're not very blunt, but, so most of them are very good with words. They're very subtle with words. They're very subtle in the way that they, ask for more, ask that you give more. But some of them really are not very good with words. So instead of being tactful with it, it just sounds like they're straight up asking for more money. Two hours? How long have you been going? Oh, really? It's only been 2 hours? I'm kind of surprised. Not gonna lie. Kind of surprised because it's felt like I've gone on for quite a lot longer than just 2 hours. What is that, Jelly? I think I remember you sent that same message about an hour ago, about an hour and a half ago. Is that a song? Yeah, time crawls when you start to rant. That's physics for you. That's actually true, yeah. Especially if you... especially when you're in high school and when you're the one listening. Especially when you're in high school and you're the one listening. Time crawls to a standstill. Like, time might as well be, might as well be paused. Good rant though, keep it up. I think that's all the rant I got in me for tonight. Yeah. I usually sleep during class. I've never actually done that. The school I went to, there is one of the better schools in my city. It's not an expensive school, but in fact, that's actually relatively cheap given the name of the school. In fact, it's what's weird? Actually, it's one of the cheaper schools in the city. Yeah, like but they have really good education. Because the more expensive schools in my city, they're really only expensive by name. And again, we go into this country club sort of thing. Like some schools here are like they ask for like in primary school, they're asking for like college tuition amounts of money. And I think the only reason why people send their kids to these schools is because, well, politics. I mean, like they're not necessarily in politics, but like they send their kids to school in these schools because they themselves want to potentially get the opportunity to talk to people that would benefit them, like potential business partners, but I don't know, potential politicians, maybe, I don't know. Pretty much smoked my way through high school for this very reason. Yeah, speaking of high school, I was a very I don't know how I would put myself. I was a very unambitious kid in high school. In fact, like uh, man, how do I put this? I was the yeah, I realized, but I never told anyone this because I knew that it was wrong. I knew that nobody would appreciate this way of thinking, but I realized that it doesn't matter if I get really high grades or not, um as long as I don't fail. And that was sort of like my mindset. And to some degree it was true. Because when you apply for a job, nobody really looks at your what is it called? Nobody really looks at your high school transcripts, right? Like they always look at your college transcripts. So at that point on, like when I was I think like in 7th or maybe 8th grade, I think, yeah, maybe 8th grade, I started to realize this doesn't matter as long as I don't fail. RJ can play my bestie. I'm done eating dinner. Capybara for life. Capybara! And then throws up a gang sign. You seem to really like capybaras, man. Is it? Oh, okay. So, like, the fact that you like capybaras, I'm assuming they're from the Americas. I think that's... I don't know, like, in what other countries capybaras are native to. All I know is that they're sort of native to some parts of America. So, I don't know. I'm just guessing. Um, but yeah, you seem to really like one. I don't know if it's even legal to have like a pet capybara in the United States. How'd you get into a good college though? Okay. Oh, that is one though. Like that is one. Now, so okay, here in the Philippines, you can go to a really good college, um, by either getting drafted as a scholar, because like there are some really good universities here that go to some high schools and they look for potential scholarship candidates. And okay, so that's one reason why you would want to have and that's why I said to some degree earlier. It's not completely accurate. So obviously, like that's one reason why you would want to have really good grades in high school, and you want to do really well in high school because like you might get drafted for these. You might get drafted as a potential scholarship candidate in college for one of these really good universities. But that doesn't happen very often, and only very few universities do that kind of stuff. So, let's say, okay, in now, okay, these numbers are not accurate. Okay, I'm just guessing based on my perspective, like what I could see from where I was. But I'm gonna guess that probably in one whole school, like one giant school of like what, I don't know, like 5,000 to 10,000 students. I don't know, maybe 3 or 5 get drafted. to okay, so in all right, so the high school I went to, there were, let me see, around 160, yeah, around 160 who were graduating at the same time, who were graduating high school at the same time. And in the 160, some years, some universities might come by, but some years they don't. And it's not even like 50-50. It's more like once every couple of years they come by. Now there's a chance that they might take like maybe 5, 3, 4, or 5, but there's also a chance they might not take any if they think they're not good enough. So the chances are very low. But that is one reason why you might want to have really good grades in high school over here. Yeah, but out of the 160, and if you put into the equation the fact that they don't come every year, that's more like 3, 4, or 5 in, like, I don't know, in 500. Had the same idea. Hence, I always showed up late to high school and just scraped by. And also, I hate getting forced socialization. No, okay, speaking of being late, I actually should not have been late to school, because the type of school I went to is, honestly, it kind of felt more like a day job. I mean, like, and I think it was a good, like, feature. No, not a feature. Thing that, yeah, I think it was a good thing that high school was doing. So they had a thing where if you were late, and the teacher saw that you were late, or like a teacher found out that you were late, even by 1 or 2 minutes, they wouldn't let you into the class until you go and get like a sort of some kind of pass. And okay, once you got that, sure, fine. But in a single quarter, because like a school year here is divided into 4 quarters. In a single quarter, if you were late 3 times, that's immediately you get a C in conduct. Yeah, it's like sort of a grade for conduct, for like your, I don't know, I guess, how nice you are at school. Yeah. So if you get 3 lates in a single quarter, immediately you get C in conduct. And if you get 1 more late, you get 4 lates, instantly D in conduct, which is a fail. And there's a chance actually that you might have to repeat the grade just by getting a D in conduct, even if all your other grades are okay. Even if all your academic grades are okay. So, even though I lived really close to school, like really close, I mean literally very close, that I lived so close to school that I felt bad riding a tricycle to school, because it was so close. Not right next door close, but close enough. But despite that, I think I had the worst attendance at school. Like, I'm pretty sure I was literally the only one who had to be talked to by our guidance counselor just because of getting a D in conduct. Yeah. And honestly, I kind of feel bad because I still remember what happened in that exact conversation between me and our guidance counselor. And she was super nice. She really was just trying to help me. And I think she kind of understood part of like what the problem was, even though like I didn't fully open it up. And anyway, in the end, she gave me a pass. She considered my, I don't know, like she listened to me, and I guess she gave me some, she offered some pity, I guess. And so, she gave me a C instead of a D, so I didn't have to repeat the grade. Yeah, and that sort of that bad trait really stuck with me, even into my adult years. Because even into my adult years after college, when I got a job, multiple jobs, I was still very often late. Now, granted, I wasn't living near at work. I wasn't living next to work anymore, but I was still quite often late. And I think it was mostly because of that, this very unambitious, don't care about everything, don't care about life, don't care about everything sort of bad trait that I had. I would, yeah, I will say though, I think I have grown kind of out of it, but I can still feel like it's still there. I can still feel like that part of me is still there. Our school, we count that in half years. So if within half the year you come late for the second time, you will fail your conduct. Jeez, second time? In half a year? Jeez, that's rough. I think I would have dropped out from high school way before than that, man. Like if my school was like that, that's rough. That's very strict. I'll be able to be eligible for any awards or scholarships, etc. It'll be recorded and seen if you are applying to the next stage of educational schools. Sorry, wrong person. Where are you from again? Like, what country are you from? Like Toma, because he's tomato. Okay. You okay, Jelly? Everything alright, man? Showing up late for school was my way to set a precedent. Maybe late, but I'm quiet and make zero trouble. That's exactly what I did. Yeah, I made zero trouble. Okay, I did talk a lot in class, but I tried my best to avoid getting seen, being seen, and to speak quietly enough that I wouldn't bother the teacher. Like, really, I put in extra effort to just not cause any trouble for anyone. Want to make all that fuss about me being late, or do you just want to teach? Yeah. It sounds like you didn't have like the whole like you can't come into class without a pass if you're late thing. At least that's nice, yeah. Although I think if my high school didn't have that, I think I might have ended up becoming a slightly worse person than I am today. I like to think that sort of changed me a little bit for the better. Not too much though, but at least a little bit. Oh, I think Xiangling's dead. Yep, Xiangling's dead. It happened. I got hit right as I was switching characters. Jeez. Oh jeez. Okay, the timing. This seems. The timing just seems to line up really well. Right as I'm about to put Goba down, that's when the thing hits. My sing fest is over. I did that too. You did? Oh, I got hit and I can't sprint. Jeez. And I got cryo on, of course.
師匠の技を食らいなさい。あさご。
Oh, perfect.
邪魔者の粛清を。
ハクオパ
みんなは俺が守れ。
Oh no, I think I forgot Xingqiu's burst earlier.
雨描きがたし。ここより弱滅の時。やった。
Oh, that was a mistake. No, I gotta redo. I gotta redo it. I have no energy on anyone. I applied the same strat at work. Maybe late, but I also get more done than anyone else. Well, I think that really only works on certain types of jobs. Some of my first jobs were at call centers, and the thing with call centers here in the Philippines is because we're, how would I best put it? We're like Wuthering Waves. Yeah, we're more like Wuthering Waves over here compared to if you had like a call center in America and like the USA. They're over there, they act more like they're Hoyoverse in Genshin. Whereas if you see a call center, if you're a client who's looking for customer service representatives, Philippine call centers are gonna act exactly the way Wuthering Waves is acting right now. And again, there's nothing wrong with that. But even though the demand for call center agents in the Philippines is quite high, right? Because, you know, very cheap labor. Remember, like, so over here in the Philippines, minimum wage is, in most cities in the Philippines, is about $8 a day. Yes, basically $1 per hour. But call centers offer quite, you know, about double that on average, right? On average. And some of the call centers that offer, like, you know, pretty decent salary, not the minimum that call centers offer. They offer like maybe quadruple the minimum wage, but those are some really specific call centers, like maybe banking call centers. I don't know what else maybe, but yeah, mostly banking call centers. And the thing here in the Philippines is like we are so like call centers here are such tryhards. They're such tryhards. They have KPIs that don't make sense. Like if you actually think about it. So okay, now all right. Here's some examples of some of the KPIs that we had. So okay, so one of the most important was AHT, which was average handling time, or like how in like they average out how long all your phone calls were, and yeah, like they average it out, and the shorter it is, the better, because that means the shorter it is, that means the more phone calls you took. But of course, like if let's say if it's but they also have like a minimum, let's say a minimum amount of AHT, because if your AHT is too low, then that means like you probably weren't helpful to customers, or you transferred so many of their phone calls, even though that should have been your job, right? So you have to stay within parameters. Like think about that. Right? Like they're such tryhards that you can't even like make it shorter or make it longer, because if you make it longer, you'll be like, obviously you'll be a lot more helpful, but because now you still have to keep your KPIs like in place, you can't. So you have to be less helpful. You're being too helpful. Stop it. Your AHT is too long. Stop being too helpful. Oh, hey RJ, your AHT is too long, too short. You have to be a bit more helpful. You have to you have to stay on the phone for slightly longer. Another one, which was customer surveys, like telephone surveys. Now, the thing is, with surveys, some people don't really pay attention. And it's like, obviously, it's very often, at least, 10 years ago, 12 years ago, it was very often through the telephone. So the way that you would answer the survey is just by listening to the prompts and choosing 1 to 5. And some people just didn't have the patience for that, or just so happened to be like on the phone because they need to use the phone, and then all of a sudden an AT&T survey. And then they're like, okay, like how do I get rid of this? And then they just spam the 1 button to get through it as fast as they can. But then, like, even though they see some of your survey results that are very clearly that type of survey, that the customer, like, very clearly, like, you very clearly helped them out or whatever, they still won't retract it. They're gonna say, well, it's your fault for making your average too low enough that this one I guess inappropriate survey dragged you below your KPIs. It's your fault. It's so annoying. It just doesn't work over here. If you're late, like, it depends on their system. If it flags you as late, if the system flags you as late, then they will tell you you're late. And some of them, they have their systems flag you as late even if you're 1 second late. And they just can't do anything about that. Like, their management they don't see people. They just see numbers. They just see spreadsheets. Spreadsheets and numbers is all we are. Bye bye. See you all tomorrow. All right. Hey, thanks for hanging out with us for a bit, Jelly. Take care, man. RJ, I'm from Singapore. We don't have that you can't get in class thingy because our whole country depends on our education. So depriving us of education for even 1 lesson is kind of really bad. Oh, it didn't usually take very long to get the pass thing though. So long as the guy in charge of the office was there and wasn't doing other stuff that they needed to do outside their office, generally it would take like 2 minutes. You just fill in your name and stuff. Yeah, but I get what you mean. I get what you mean. Singapore though, that is kind of rough. I think it's quite rough in Singapore because like Singapore is I think the type of country where like the average level of education that someone has over there is really high. Because the country itself doesn't really have natural resources, right? So they're not the type of country where they're not like, let's say, the Philippines, who's reliant on farming and stuff. They're not like let's see, like Russia, who's reliant on oil, or like Saudi Arabia, who's reliant on oil and stuff like that. Or the Philippines, or India, or China, who's dependent on labor, like cheap labor. Right? Singapore is. Okay, I don't really see Singapore as like a place where a lot of high-tech technology comes from. But I guess like just a lot of good business just happens there. I guess. I don't know. Oh dear, that sucks. Our education life is here specifically. Oh hey, what's up, Blue App? How you doing, man? I'm bling to wish for tomorrow. Bling? Oh, going. Okay. Hey, good luck, man. Good luck, Ryan. feel like a failure each day, barely holding my education life together because of how Singapore is. Yeah, that's sort of how I see Singapore. Is like, I feel like if you're not smart enough, then you might as well leave. I don't know, because like the country is so small, right? The country seems to be so reliant on having just a lot of very highly productive members in society. And if you're not one of them, then you kind of are dragging the country down. Darn it, I got hit. We rely on education and technology and our technology to survive in the world. I was here like 4 hours ago, but at work at the time. I'm home now. Hey, welcome home, man. How was your day, Loap? It's Saturday. Wait, at work? Do you have a day off? What day is your day off every week? Our example of tech advancements is our airport being so advanced that there are some technology we just cannot use because the rest of the world hasn't implemented or thought of trying. Oh man, that's annoying. It's like it's like when you show up to school with like some really cool gadgets, but then nobody wants to play with you because nobody knows how to play with you. Oh, almost. If you could just stick together, that'd be great. This is the thing that I hate the most about Clorinde is like, again, like I said, the lack of resistance to interruption. It takes away so much of how fun your kit is supposed to be. Monday and Tuesday? Oh, okay. Well, I guess you know, there's no day off to be looking forward to just yet, I guess. Oh, I just remembered, this is the third account. No wonder why this rational team isn't hitting as hard. My Raiden Shogun here doesn't have is just C0, so it's not as strong as my main and second accounts. Sadly though. Yeah. Well, I guess that's such is life. You know, I remember the first job that I ever got that didn't have a weekends off. it was kind of... at first, I thought it was nice. But then, like, at some point, it just made me feel like I was alone. Because when I had my day off, everyone else was at work or at school. So whenever I wanted to hang out with anyone, nobody was available. Ow. Oh my god, I hate these guys so much. There we go. It's summer, so yeah, but winter I'll get more days off. Day offs. Oh, okay. That's cool. Sorry, wait, what? Why? I mean, if you don't mind me asking, yeah. What's up with winter? Why do you get more days off in winter? Last thing I wanted to do on my days off is go out and hang out. Well, I was young, okay? This was 12 years ago, literally like young 18-year-old me. Yeah, so I wanted to have somebody to hang out with. Okay, and at the time, I was living with my then girlfriend, now wife. So I wanted to go out with her, and we couldn't because she wasn't on her day off. Yep. How many wishes did you do, Ryan? Also, how's your pity? Oh, official's dead. Well, I just so happened to burst right at the wrong time. There's not much customers. Ah, I see. You know, that's not really by the way, like that's something that I've never really, at least I've never heard of over here in the Philippines. Where employers will give their employees more time off on during certain seasons because there's less customers. Like I get that you don't wanna you don't wanna pay your too many of your employees when there are no customers, right? I get that, but like it's I don't know. I'm sure there are probably some employees that are like that over here. But it's just not something that I've ever heard. I've never met anyone who's ever had that kind of job. Or I've never heard of anyone tell stories of those kinds of jobs over here. Oh my god, would you stop dashing all over the place?
稲光すなわち永遠なり逃げ道はありません全力攻撃だくらえ
熱々でしょ
歌よにしかなれ雨描きがたしこの剣はわかるか
Is it possible to reduce game volume? Hearing you is a bit hard. Yeah, sure. Yeah, okay. I didn't really pay attention, but yeah. Now that you mention it, game audio is pretty loud when you're in combat. Because there's so many SFX going on. Okay, so now Genshin is at half of what system sounds are like. My pity is 47. I got Toma. 47, okay, well, alright, never mind. I scratched that. That was a dumb question. Yeah, I just remembered. You're trying to get a 4-star. Oh.
怖くない
そうて
私のお家にいらっしゃい姿を見せよ
ジャークを借り撃つ影を撃つ
Oh, no! Oh, darn it! He survived! There it is. Hey, I was young too. I was just as antisocial. I was just an antisocial drunk. Well, I never really had that issue, like being, being drunk too much. And I kind of have to thank that $100 that I lost when I was in college. So I think it was my... Was it my 17th or 16th? No, 17th. 17th birthday. I wanted to treat my, I wanted to treat my friends to some drinks, but and we already went out in the afternoon, and towards evening, like 6:30, I went home to get a change of clothes, and my friends said they were also going home to get a change of clothes, and come back at 7 or 7:30 maybe. And when they were there, I went out, and my mom said, "Come on, hey, we have guests coming for my birthday." And then I said, "No, I'm going out." And my mom got angry at me. And then I was like, "No, I'm going out." And then I just, I just went out. I didn't really care. And after that, I went out. So, okay, I had my own motorcycle when I was in college. And I had my wallet in my back pocket. And at some point, I guess it fell out. I remember this story. Yeah, I have told this story. Yeah, wrong person knows this. Yeah, so I lost my $100. We even like went back. I even backtracked the road that we went through, you know, that we used to go to the bar that we wanted to go to. And I never found it. And then what ended up happening was I ended up going over to my friend's place, and they ended up treating me to a drink. Granted, it wasn't as much as I was planning to treat them, but I was still thankful. But that sort of, I don't know, like I don't remember what thoughts I had at the time, but that was sort of what did it for me. I like that moment I told myself I was never gonna drink, and from that moment on until I finished college, I never actually went out to drink. And the next time I went out, you know, the next time I had alcohol was with my teammates at my first job, which was more than a year after. And then that was it. And then after that was, I guess, like every couple of months we went out together with my teammates. But I didn't have too many drinks. I didn't drink as much as I used to in college. And then there was even a period where I never had any alcohol. I said no to everything for, I don't know, maybe 6 years, I think. Yeah, I think it was like 5-6 years. And then the next time I had alcohol was with my dad on Christmas, and I just had a sip of wine. Yeah, and like I don't know, since then I just slowly developed this sort of mindset towards alcohol where, so if I want to drink beer or any sort of alcohol, number one, I have to buy it, or at least I have to chip in with my friends with however much we need to, you know, pay for the drinks. Okay, so I'm paying for it. I'm using the money that I spent time at work earning. So I'm spending time at work to spend time drinking. Okay, sure. I guess it's fun, sure, I guess, right? And then I'm gonna be spending time, like, let's say if I drank a lot, so I will be non-functional. Like I can't work, I can't play video games, I have to sleep. No matter what time it is, no matter if it's afternoon, if it's in the evening. In the evening, sure, I guess I normally still sleep in the evening. But what if we had drinks in the morning? Or what if we had drinks in the afternoon? So, you know, if that's the case, then that means I'm going to have to go home, have dinner. But then, like, the time between dinner and time for bed, I couldn't do anything. I couldn't play video games. I couldn't watch YouTube. I couldn't work. Nothing. So I'm not only am I spending time at work to earn the money to buy drinks, and while drinking, I am also spending time. And after drinking, I'm also spending time recovering. So I feel like it's just a complete waste. Now I understand. Alright, like for me, it's not as valuable. But to some people, it is very valuable, you know, like spending time with friends. And some people, not necessarily with friends, some people drink with their clients, with their business partners, or potential clients, etc. At least in that case, that's for work. But for me, now granted, I think that is the reason why I have 0 friends right now. But then I also now have this mindset where the types of friends that I have just aren't really the types of friends that can help me. Like, for example, okay, if I wanna, if I finally saved up some money to start up a small business,
勉学に励んでも
the types of
頭が良
friends
くな
I
るとは
have
限らな
are
い
not the types of friends
常
that
連
will
員にい
be
る者
able
たちを
to
見れば
help
わか
me
る言
like
葉が
grow my business. They're not those types of friends. Now, granted, if I did have at least, you know, like a couple of buddies of mine, then I would have a, you know, somebody to borrow money from in case I need to. Right? But isn't that what my credit card's for? At least my bank will just send me a statement and they won't have to keep nagging at me if I don't have the money yet. They won't. Nobody's gonna get angry at me if I can't pay yet. I'll just pay like the minimum fee.
だからこそこの職位にいる
So I don't know. Like I'm sure there's like some arguments that can, you know, that can that make sense, that my perspective on things is terrible. I'm sure it is, right? That's like I'm literally the only person that I know of that's like this. I don't know anyone who is like this. Didn't you say your it was your uncle or something? Oh, who I had drinks with? That was recently. Yeah, that was recently. I had drinks with my uncle. There's no such thing as being drunk too much if you're being productive. Yeah, well, I being productive. Speaking of which, I tried to play video games when I was really drunk. One time when I was really drunk back in high school. And it was an MMORPG. And generally in an MMORPG, so you gain XP, right, to level up and stuff. And generally, like very often in MMORPGs, when you die, you lose XP. And in some MMORPGs, you even lose items. Okay, so what happened was I kind of tried pushing myself, you know, because I still had a bunch of leveling to do and stuff. And there was like an XP event or something that was happening. So I didn't want to waste it. I wanted to take advantage of it. And I was so drunk that while leveling, while killing monsters, I nodded off. And I nodded off for about, I don't know, maybe just about a minute, maybe 2 minutes. And like when my eyes opened again, like I was dead. My character is lying in the ground with the option to respawn at the spawn point. Alright, that's cute. But your main takeaway should have been that you don't put anything important in your back pocket. Yeah, I know. That's probably what every normal person would have taken away from that situation. But not me. You got me, bestie. I'm your friend. Hey, I appreciate it, Ryan. Thank you, man. Yeah, and that's like, but not me. Like, for some reason, what I took away from that was, so it wasn't necessarily the drinking that it wasn't necessarily the drinking, but it was just the part of me that wanted to go out. I wanted to go out. I wanted to always hang out with my friends. It was that part of me. And so I think, I don't know if you were here earlier, like when I talked about this thing that I have about myself. So somebody asked for some tips to control their addiction to wishing in Genshin. And before I gave them my like how I save up primos in Genshin, I had to explain a little bit of, you know, what kind of person I am, at least in that regard. And it was the side of me that if there's a chance that something good will happen to me, but there's a high chance that something bad will happen to me, I'm not doing it. And if there's such a high chance that something good will happen, and then there's a mediocre chance that something bad will happen, I will think about it, whether I do it or not. But if it's guaranteed, no. Yeah, if it's guaranteed that nothing bad will happen to me and something only good will happen to me, I'll do it. And like in the first scenario where there's a small chance something good will happen, something really good will happen, and then there's a high chance that something kind of bad will happen, I still won't do it. It's because I just hate having to deal with something annoying or losing something, like, you know, like losing, not a game or competition, but like losing a piece of property, even if it has very little or zero monetary value. If it's something that I've had for a long time, if it's something that I made myself, or like I've been using it for a long time, and like I've fixed it, I've spent time fixing it every time it broke, because I want to keep this thing. I don't want to buy something and it breaks and I just throw it away and buy a new one. No, I don't want to throw away things that can still be fixed, or that still work, even though I don't need it anymore. Even if it's gonna waste more time, it's gonna waste more of my time to keep fixing it instead of just throwing it away and buying new stuff. There's just this side of me that hates losing stuff. That hates having things I don't like happen to me. And I hate it so much. And that was like when I lost my wallet then. It wasn't just me losing $100 in my wallet. It was me losing the opportunity to hang out with my friends. Even though I did still get to hang out with them, but I didn't get to hang out with them the way I thought I would get to hang out with them. Yeah, so in that moment, I felt like I lost something. So it was mostly that. I wouldn't say your view on things are bad. You just have different things you prioritize or live for. That's true. That's true. And I don't think bad and good are the right words to use to describe it. I think the right words, better words to describe it would be more common and less common. Yeah. Although like there is some practical good and bad towards it. Like for example, the way that I see things. Like for example, I see having friends as not a detriment, but also not a benefit. Right? So because it's not a benefit, even though it's not a detriment, I might as well not have them. Right? Because, you know, like I don't, right? And I understand it sounds selfish, and yes, that's true. It does sound selfish, and it is selfish, my opinion. But there's also a merit to having friends, even though there's no benefit to it, even if it's a detriment, because you never know. That one friend that you kept supporting for so long might somehow help you out like a lot in the future. You never know what's gonna happen in life, right? And you never know, like let's say, I don't know, like one day they might get into business, you might get into business too, and they might just so happen to be exactly what you needed to grow, right? So you never know. And the fact that, you know, at least like having friends, even though they're not a benefit and they're not a detriment, just the fact that you have friends means you have a social circle that someday when you have an idea, someone can hear it, and at least there's a chance that someone will want to make it happen, and it'll actually benefit you practically. Whereas, while, okay, in my case, because I have chosen to forgo friends, there's no detriment, there's no benefit. Okay, net zero, right? Sure. But now I have 0% chance that when I have an idea that somebody might be able to take it and in the long run might benefit me practically or financially or however, or I might just, yeah, like I might just have someone who might be able to help me in the future to grow my social circle or to grow my business or whatever. Right? At least there's a chance. But in my case, there's zero, nothing. So I either fail, I either succeed or I fail in life completely of my own effort. Now, it sounds cool. That sounds pretty cool. It sounds noble. That sounds badass, right? That sounds cool. That I prefer to do things on my own, and like, if I'm gonna succeed, I'm gonna succeed on my own effort, right? Like, okay, cool. That sentiment sounds cool. Makes you sound cool. But we're humans, and we live in society. So in a book, in an anime, in a movie, that sounds cool. But in reality, it's you're basically setting yourself up for, again, like I said earlier, if I succeed, then I succeed on my own effort. But if I fail, then I fail because of my own choices. And because I decided to have no friends, nobody was there to catch me. So if I'm failing myself, then there's 100% chance that I'm just gonna fail, and there's 0% chance that I can be saved because no one's there to save me. That's fine, dude. You just didn't learn to be functional, a functional alcoholic, because you didn't need to deal with family and trauma. Yeah, I guess so. That's true. Although I didn't have the perfect family, I also didn't really have too much trouble with family. Now, granted, a couple of years ago, I did have a bit of trouble, quite a bit of trouble with family, but that was already like way after my younger years, and I was able to just deal with it like an adult. We're so different in this. Friends are everything to me, since no family. So naturally, my first instinct, friends always comes first to me. And I think that's good. I think that's good because, like, you should make friends. People should make friends. Because, yes, family is important. Yes, your parents, you should repay your parents' kindness. Right? You should repay your parents' kindness. You should be respectful towards them because they did a lot for you. Now, you can make the argument that, well, they wouldn't have had to give me all that stuff. They wouldn't have had to do all that stuff for me if they didn't give birth to me. Well, the thing is, they didn't choose to give birth to you specifically. They just wanted a child, and they just so happened to get you. But then they still did their job. So just be thankful that they did their job. But you should still make friends because your parents are not going to be there when you're 80. Maybe. But it's probably you that they're going to be taking care of your 100-year-old parents. Yeah. So make friends. Your friends are more likely to be there when you're too old. Yapping. Do you have a friend and that friend is your wife? That's true. Yeah. She is actually like kind of like all of that stuff to me, yes, that's actually true. That's absolutely true. I do have one friend, and that is my wife. Exactly. Yeah, like I guess the only difference between your like friends, like buddies, or like actual, you know, like best friends, having like this group of really close friends versus having just your life partner as your friend, as your only friend, is if I'm the dad, right? And I'm also like the one earning the most in our household. So if I fail at that, then she also fails. Like, I don't know if that makes sense, right? So there's no one to catch me if I fail in life. Now emotionally she can catch me, but like not practically. She can try, and while she does also have her friends, she has her family, so there's at least there's that net, but the net isn't as there's not as many nets to catch me in case I fall, because I don't have, you know, like my own group of friends. But yes, I do agree with you. My wife is definitely my friend. She's like my best friend. She's like we often joke about this too. We very often joke about this, that we're like each other's best friends. We're like each other's like therapists. Like when we wanna rant about something, like we're the ones that listen to each other. When we wanna when we talk about our fantasies, we're the ones that we talk to each other about them. When we have jokes that we think nobody else will think is funny, then we tell it to each other. We're also sort of each other's assistants. Like, yeah, essentially like life partners. We take care of each other. RJ, you want that I subscribe on my second account, and if their capybara character using what? And if their capybara character using life savings to get C6. Oh, okay, I get it. If there's a capybara character, I'm gonna use my life savings to get C6. Okay, I get it. I'm gonna save you. Hey, I appreciate it, man. Thank you, Ryan. You've been nothing but nice this whole stream. Thank you, I appreciate it. It's not as good as it sounds, because friends will always come and go, and each time it feels as if I'm losing family. Mostly, I think that's mostly because you're still young. Because like when you're young, your lives are like at some point there are gonna be crossroads that you and like, because those friends of yours, they're other people too. They are your friends, but they are also different people, and they have different plans. So because you're still young, those friends of yours are mostly friends of yours because you go to the same school and stuff, but you guys could still ultimately make different decisions that take you in very different directions in life. So yes, that is true, that it kind of hurts to have friends at this point because you're gonna say goodbye to them a lot. I had to go through the same thing actually. When I was in primary school, I had this one really good friend of mine who was really nice. I think I was so lucky to have him as a friend. He was always so nice to me. He was really smart. He was really nice, and he was mostly my friend because like he was sort of the only guy who wouldn't make fun of me when I made jokes that weren't funny, or when I wanted to play a game that nobody wanted to play. Like he wouldn't necessarily always play with me, but he would at least like say no because he had actually I had something to do. And at some point he got a scholarship to a good high school, and I had to say goodbye to him. And from that point on, I've never really had any like really good friends. Like the friends that I had since then were mostly just buddies that I would either play video games with or would go out drinking with. And I've never really had a really good friend since then.
おっしゃる通りです。
追加料金が必要です。だから言ったろ。あいつらは信じてくれなかったけどな。
No. Joke's on you. I was an accident. Yikes. Yes, I do understand. Being responsible for yourself and others. I.e., y'all are gay for each other. Like a healthy, normal couple. Yep, exactly. That's actually a pretty
おっしゃる通りです。
specific way to say it. But yes. Focus on developing yourself. Over time, you'll lose many people, but the real friends will remain till the bitter end. That is true too. Yeah, because like if some of those people will they want to stay friends with you, even if you're doing different stuff, right? Like let's say you go to this college, you go to he goes to this college, or after college you go do this job, he goes and does this job, and like you guys are in like different cities. But if you and he or she want to stay friends, like you guys will actually find a way to just keep communicating. And that's even easier now. That's even easier to do now with like the way that the internet is, right? Like there's like, okay, over here in the Philippines we got Facebook Messenger, there's social media, there's Discord, there's video games. Like if you just so happen to be playing the same video game, yeah, like it is so much easier to keep in touch with people nowadays. And even back then, like if you truly wanted to stay really good friends with each other, then yeah, you would find a way. Like you would text them and then say, hey, I'm coming back this October, let's hang out, right? Like you would do stuff like that. And just little things like that would keep your relationship with each other, even though you're on very different paths in life already. I have to go. I subscribe on my second account. Have a good day. All right. Hey, thanks for hanging out with us for a bit, Ryan. Take care, man.
もう一度お試しください。
I should. Okay, I just realized it's way past midnight, so I should. I should have been able to do the daily check-in thing like an hour and a half ago. I love how you use the going to different college examples, because that's that has been my biggest fear each day. Yeah. When I found out that my friend was going to a different high school than me, I at first like I couldn't understand it. Like I couldn't understand what I was hearing, and like I didn't really truly like I guess absorb that it was happening, because I never really thought about that possibility. I never really thought that that was possible. Like I thought life was gonna be just like that forever. You know, I was a kid, right? Like I was in like what, 3rd grade, 4th grade, 5th grade, 6th grade. So yeah, I was a very young kid. Had, you know, like still very ignorant about the world at the time. It will happen, but I just can't bring myself to accept it. Yeah, I understand. It's rough, like especially when you have friends that you truly don't want to be apart from. Well, I mean, you know, you could put in the effort and try to keep in touch with them. But if they're not, like at some point, it may or may not happen. Like they might put in just as much effort as you are gonna put in to keep in touch with each other. But if they don't, then that means that I guess they didn't want to stay friends with you as much as you want to stay friends with them, and it happens. It happens. It sucks, and it truly is awful. But you will also find your own friends. Like you will meet more people. You're not just gonna stop meeting new people. When you go to college, you're gonna meet more people there. Hey, you might even meet your future wife or husband, right? You never know. When you go to work, you'll meet new people. You'll meet your boss. You'll meet whoever. Like you might even meet like a nice waiter or waitress at the local diner that you often stop over, like on your way to work or something for breakfast, right? Like who knows? Just so long as you don't disconnect yourself too much. I think that's sort of what happened with me, is I think I disconnected a little bit too much, like emotionally, to where, yeah, I kind of, man, I don't know how to put it. I don't know how to put it. Like, it's hard to explain, because I definitely fear, so, like, I obviously, I mentioned, I hate losing things, right? And that doesn't only extend to material property, that also extends to people. I hate losing things. I hate losing anything or anyone. And I hate having to adapt to change. Like, for example, even now, I'm grown up and, to some degree, self-sufficient. I'm still afraid of the day when my mom or dad go. Even though, like, I know it's gonna come. It's guaranteed to come. Like, as long as nothing happens to me, they are guaranteed to go before me. I'm still afraid of that day, because that day I will have to adjust to a new change. I will have to adjust to the change that my mom or dad will then just be a memory. They're not gonna be someone I can go and visit and talk to about stuff that, talk to about the past, like reminisce with. And I'm gonna have to adjust to that change, and I hate having to adjust to that change. Or, like, for example, another one too is, okay, I recently started to take a pretty big hit on my income, and I think, I'm still not quite sure yet, but I think I'm not earning enough anymore to continue to live here, like to continue to rent this apartment. I'm not sure yet, just yet. I'm still in the process of observing. But whether or not I'm still earning enough to keep paying rent here, eventually I'm gonna have to move out, because eventually I'm gonna have to make a decision to find somewhere cheaper to rent, so that I could start to build up some savings. I'm gonna have to make the practical choice, but that's gonna be very hard, because the chances of me finding a place as good as this for cheaper, that doesn't have too many downsides, like being further from my son's school, being further from my wife's office, right? That doesn't have any downsides. The chances are almost zero. So I'm gonna have to make do with some compromises. Like, for example, living further from my son's school and having to commute every time I go and pick him up or take him there. Or let's see, I don't know, like, yeah, like something like that. I'm gonna have to live with that to make the practical choice so that I could finally start building up some savings and eventually buy myself a car. So, because right now the fact that I don't have a car means I cannot choose to live somewhere a little bit too far from downtown. So, and I'm afraid to have to adjust to that change, and I hate having to adjust to change. Even if it's a change for the better, there's still a part of me that would prefer to just not have anything change. This stream is the perfect example of why I love this community. Hey, I'm glad you're happy, man. You know, I'm actually quite surprised that the type of people that have stayed here are like, they're just not toxic. I'm just so happy. It's the type of people that you guys are that have decided to stay here, and I don't have the type of audience. I don't have the type of audience that Tectone has. Oh, I don't know how, man. I don't know how I would live with myself if I had that kind of community. That's, oh. RJ, don't worry about your parents passing. We are your backup parents. Oh, I mean, it sounds funny, but like, yeah, like that was actually exactly what I mentioned earlier. Yeah, like don't. I don't remember now. Yeah, like you should make friends. Yeah. It was the thing about like, you should. It was about the thing about making friends, making sure to make friends, because family is important. Yes, family's the best people that you'll ever have in your life. But your parents are, unless if something happens to you, your parents are almost guaranteed to go before you. So by then it'll only be you, your family, if you ever have one, one of your own, and your friends. And going back to what I said earlier, let's say if you just so happen to be in a similar situation to to me, that you're the one earning like a pretty significant amount of your household's income, then sure, yes, having your own little family is the best thing that you'll ever have. Those are the best people that you'll ever have in your life, and because it's your wife is likely to be about the same age as you, or maybe even younger than you, your wife or your husband, and your child obviously is going to be younger than you, so you're guaranteed to go before they do, then, or at least about the same time. Then cool. But if you're in that similar situation where your family is reliant on you, then if you fail, then you all fail, and no one's there to catch you. RJ, don't worry. Yeah, I'm actually very toxic. I just use Twitter and certain Discord servers to dump it all out and minimize the fallout in my friends. Oh, that's... Hey, we appreciate it, man. Thank you. That's actually, oddly enough, very non-toxic of you. It's like you're toxic, but in a very non-toxic way. Yeah. Yeah, it's sort of like that. You're toxic in a non-toxic way because like it's like you're like a factory, and you have toxic waste that you have to dispose of, but you're also disposing of it in where you should dispose of it. Oh, hey, what's up, Ems? How you doing, man? Good to see you. Oops. Wait, why did I like... Did I press X? I'm pretty sure I didn't press X. Why did I let go of the wall? I've been called many things, but not a well-functioning factory. Thanks, bud. Hey, you're welcome. I mean, you know, like I said, you never know what'll happen in life, right? One day, you'll be just having breakfast and going to work or school as usual. Another day, somebody might call you a factory. Hey, you never know. Okay. Having insomnia is not fun. Oh man, you know, I remember the first time I ever had someone. No, I ever heard someone share. Well, not necessarily a story, but they told me they had insomnia, and they said they couldn't sleep. I don't know if they like. We were kids. Like we were in. I think it was 5th grade. She said she had insomnia. We were chatting on Yahoo Mail, or sorry, Yahoo Messenger. Yeah, Yahoo Messenger. In the mid 2000s. Those were the days. Said she had insomnia and she couldn't sleep, and then, like at the time, I remember thinking, "Oh, just close your eyes, go to sleep, just lie down, you'll fall asleep eventually." And then like. Okay, I gotta say, I am very thankful that I don't think I've ever had anything similar to insomnia. Or anywhere close to insomnia. And now, because of that, I still don't understand like why you can't just, like someone who has insomnia can't just go to bed, close their eyes, and eventually fall asleep. Now, I understand, you know, that's just me being ignorant because I've never experienced it, so I don't know how it feels. But I've also experienced quite a few times where I haven't been able to sleep, where I'll be in bed for like 3 hours and can't go to sleep. But it doesn't happen every day. Sometimes it happens once. No, most often, when it does happen, it doesn't happen very often, but when it does happen, most of the time, it happens for only once, and then never happens after, never happens after a long time, like, and then sometimes it'll happen like twice in a row, but it usually won't be as bad. It'll be like maybe an hour in bed, and then eventually I fall asleep. But for a very long time now, I've just gone to bed. Just having a YouTube video playing. Like I have very specifically tailored my YouTube, like I guess how I want the YouTube algorithm to treat my what they recommend to me. Like for example, even if I think a video is helpful, even if I think a video is cool, I will not like that video if I don't want it to be in my liked video thing on the sidebar in YouTube. If it's not a video that if it's a video that I don't really need to see again, then I won't like it. I won't put it on a playlist or whatever. And especially in the past, I don't know, I don't remember how long it's been, but YouTube has had this like autoplay thing. Like even though you didn't click on a video, as if you didn't disable that feature on YouTube, if you're staring like on mobile on the YouTube app on mobile, if your screen just so happens to stop at a specific thumbnail, that video will start playing. And regardless of whether you have the subtitles or sound on, they still count it as a view, as if you watched it. And they will they seem to still count it as if it's something that you purposefully watched, and they take it into account in your video recommendations, in like what videos they recommend to you. and I'm very specific about that. So I put in extra effort to not accidentally trigger the autoplay thing, to where if I'm not scrolling down, then I have to stop at, like, let's say a YouTube post, or I have to stop at, or I have to open up a video that I watched before and then just pause it and then like have it, you know, like sort of minimized, because when that happens, when you have like a video minimized, or whether it's playing or paused, the autoplay thing won't work. And now I understand I could just turn off autoplay, sure, but I also kind of sometimes use autoplay. Like sometimes I don't want to have to click on a video and it seems interesting and it's already playing, so I don't want to have to click on the video and reload, potentially go back to the beginning. I just keep, you know, I just let it continue to autoplay, and I just turn on the sound. So I like autoplay, but I also don't like it. And on PC it's different. If you hover your cursor above a specific thumbnail or video title, it will start autoplaying. And I put in extra effort to be very careful with it. Yes, life is really full of surprises. And stuff. What about medication? Always works for me. Autoplay doesn't. That's true. That's true. Autoplay doesn't let you see ads. Yep. That's true. Autoplay doesn't let you see ads. Now on mobile, it's okay to just watch videos in autoplay forever, like all the time, every time, because the video in on your home feed or in your subscription feed autoplaying will be just as big as if you actually clicked on it. It will be the same exact size. The only difference is you can't play it. You can't switch it to full screen. That's the only difference. But as long as you don't mind that, then you can basically just watch YouTube videos just via the autoplay thing forever, and not have to watch ads forever, even without paying for YouTube Premium. But on PC, well, you can't. I mean, unless if you want to watch videos, YouTube videos on a tiny portion of your screen forever, every time. But I doubt anyone would want to do that. But yes. You know what else doesn't let you see ads? Ad block. Even if YouTube does try to screw it up for you. Yeah. You know, okay. Never mind. I literally earn some money, not a lot of money. Not I don't earn a living from YouTube, but I certainly get at least a couple cents from YouTube. So I'm not gonna continue. I'm not gonna talk about this. I'm so sorry. I had quite a few things that I wanted to talk about that, but you know, I realized I can't. All right, cool. Next topic. On average, it seems like I earn about $100 a year from YouTube, because I maybe a little less, yeah, like around maybe $90 a year, because I remember last year was about the first about a year, last year around June, I got a payout of about, I was surprised, like, because the thing says they won't pay it out if it doesn't reach the minimum threshold of about $100. And I was surprised last year around June, it was around under 90, I think. Yeah, it was just under 90, and they paid it out. I don't know. I was confused by that, and cool. And this year around, you know, it's June. I'm almost to $100. in total. So I've almost, you know, like for some reason this year they didn't pay it out because, well, it's expected because it's below the threshold. But also last year they paid it out even though it was below the threshold. So I don't know, confused about that. But $100 a year is, it's not enough to pay for electricity. I mean, like, it's not enough, not electricity for a month, but I mean, like, it is less money than how much money I'm spending on electricity just having the computer turned on and streaming and playing video games. So essentially, streaming for me is an expense, but at the very least, I'm making something back from it instead of completely nothing. Okay, I guess it's nice. Thank you. And if it weren't for platforms like YouTube and other similar platforms, then stuff like this wouldn't be possible. So I'm thankful. I don't know if anyone's noticed this, but the Court of Fontaine is the only capital city in Teyvat that has the statue of the Seven in it. You're kidding. Really? Huh. All right. Wow. That's actually true. RJ, don't worry. Nobody thought you were making bank from here. But yeah, I feel ya. I mean, yeah, it's mostly my fault, really. I'm sure, like, I probably won't become, like, a huge YouTuber or whatever because, you know, like, I really just lack the creativity. So, number one, I lack, so my niche is Genshin, right? That's literally the only thing I do other than work now. Other than obviously spend time with my family and do, like, real life stuff. So, I'm not smart enough about Genshin that I can provide knowledge or information that nobody else has. And I'm not good enough at Genshin, at playing Genshin. I don't have good enough skills to, I guess, make it entertaining to watch. You know, right? Like, you know, like when you watch a pro gamer, they're not necessarily teaching you anything, and they're not necessarily entertaining to watch, but you kind of are just there watching because you want to see the best people at that sport or game play it, and maybe you'll learn a trick or two. Sure. And I don't have that. And another thing too, so some creators are very creative. They're funny. They're funny. They're creative. They come up with like really creative ways to like make their content either aesthetically pleasing or funny and entertaining. And I don't have that. So even if I did make videos regularly, I'm sure I probably still wouldn't be like a big YouTuber. But I would certainly be a lot better off than I am now. And I probably would be earning, at the very least, enough money to make me think that I should keep making videos. But man, and I don't know if you guys have ever looked at my channel. I do have videos, like not VODs, but actual videos that I made and scripted and like edited. But I sort of just stopped because every single one of those videos took me so long to make, to write a script for, to record footage for, to edit, and especially writing the script for. And I understand I haven't done it, like the amount of time that I've done it was so insignificant, like maybe the span of a couple of months. So it's definitely not enough time for anyone to get better at any kind of skill. But I sort of just, I don't know, I just stopped, and then I've been stopped since then. And I kind of tried different types of videos. I tried to do videos like I don't know if you guys have seen any of my videos, but I've tried to. So some of my very first videos were like crystal chunk farming, and that was something that I thought I was the only one that had. And I'm pretty sure I'm still the only one that literally talks about exactly the things that I talk about in those videos. And the detail, the amount of detail about crystal chunk farming, I think I've never seen any other video on YouTube have it, and I'm pretty proud of that. Unfortunately, it wasn't a very good video, like not entertaining at all, like very. And I know that you don't have to be entertaining. I understand that you don't need to be entertaining as long as you're informational, but you still need to be at least a certain amount of not boring so that people actually stay instead of closing it halfway through. But yeah. RJ, you don't like creativity, you like output. We've been listening to you ramble for hours. You could get a bigger audience if you rambled more often. I guess that's yeah, I think that is something. Jeez, that is something that I've thought about quite a lot already. Where like I should just go in like okay, so after I end my stream, like when I have time again, like maybe tomorrow or maybe right after, if I just so happen to end stream and I still have a bunch of time, I should go in to my VOD and like try and look for that part of the stream that I talked about a certain topic, and I should clip all of that, put it together into one video, and then upload that as its own video. Right? It should be simple. But I don't. And I know exactly why. And I know exactly how bad it is that I'm not doing it. And yet I still don't do it. And I hate it. And that's, you know, part of myself that I really, really hate. Is very often I know the right and wrong thing to do. I know the better or worse choice, and yet I still somehow manage to do the wrong or worse choice. And I hate that part about myself. Bro, if you're not entertaining, then why am I still here? I mean, like, I understand. No, I mean, like, not necessarily entertaining, like, because, like, I guess, sure, I am entertaining, like, in this, like, specific niche. And, yeah, I like this kind of content. Like, if there was somebody else who made this kind of content, I would probably also watch them, too. Like, really, like, entertaining is subjective. And the entertaining that I was referring to earlier was, like, mostly, about, like, for example, entertaining, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, I can somehow take a boring situation and make it funny. Or I can somehow take this kind of funny thing and make it hilarious. You know, something like that. Like a natural born comedian. And again, there's nothing wrong with that. This is just how I am. But I think, at least, you know, I could be wrong. I don't know. I may be wrong. But at least I think that it might be easier for those types of people to gain more attention. Whether it be like IRL or, what's the word? Whether it be IRL or online. For me, I just enjoy the vibe you give because it's so calm yet interesting to listen to. Hey, I appreciate it, man. That is, man. Thank you, guys. Really, though. Like look at me. I've been running around Tevat. I did Abyss for no reason. I stood around the front of Abyss for like I don't know 20 minutes, and now I'm just jogging around with Alhaitham. I've been doing all of that. Like basically nothing for I don't know an hour now, maybe an hour and a half, and you guys are still here. I really do appreciate it. Thank you. And like still also really thank you very much for well, telling me that I'm not boring. Guys, do like and subscribe. Oh, Okaru? Ru? What did I say? Ru? Okaro. What's up, man? Are you someone who's been here before by any chance? On a different YouTube account, or are you new? What's up, man? Look at me. He says from behind the screen. Sorry, wait, who? Stated all of our thoughts. Yeah, that's... And thanks, guys. Look at me. I came to the stream the second you started, and I'm still here. That's actually true. Yeah, literally, almost... Like, he almost sent his message before I was even able to pin my own message. Like, the message that I sent, right as that I sent, you know, like, the Discord link in the pinned message. Like, as soon as the stream started, sent the message, clicked my own message, pin it, and then his message was like, what was it? No, I don't remember. What did you say again? It was something like okay or like hey. I don't remember, but like literally, oh yo, yeah, that's it. Yeah. I was remembering the word, the letter O. It was yo. Yeah. You're the first streamer that isn't over-exaggerated with the reactions. I just like how chill you are. Speaking, okay. Over-exaggerated reactions. So, man, I think... Now, I understand why streamers and content creators do that. I really do. And, like, if I was... And I... Okay, alright. Let me start over. I'm doing this. I'm like streaming, playing Genshin, because so number one, I hope to at least recoup some of this expense that I'm, you know, well, expending, like the electricity costs for running my computer, while playing Genshin, right? So it's number one priority is the money. Number two priority is like cool. I get to hang out with people like you. I get to hang out with people that play the same game as I do, because Genshin has a terrible co-op system. So I don't really want to hang out with people through co-op because their co-op system's terrible. But otherwise, it's a single-player game. So how in the world am I supposed to hang out with people that also play Genshin? So, okay, stream it. That's all. That's yeah. It's another benefit to doing this, even though it's a loss. But either way, I would still be at a loss whether or not I stream, because I would still be using electricity by running my computer to play Genshin. So I might as well do this. And but if all I really was after was just straight up money, and I wanted to do this full time, and like I didn't care what I had to do just to make more money, then I should do stuff like that, like overreact to everything. Like look at all right, I have, before I start with this, I have nothing against Minecraft content creators. I have nothing against Minecraft streamers and Minecraft YouTubers. I have nothing against you. You guys, I respect you for having the mental fortitude that you have. Some of you guys, most of you guys are really young, but some of you guys are about the same age as me. Some of you probably a little older than me, but you somehow managed to pull out that much energy and be that energetic and enthusiastic about every little thing in Minecraft. And I understand why they have to do that. It's entertaining to watch. Well, okay, again, entertaining, subjective, but it is entertaining to more people. And to certain people, it's sort of like a turn your brain off kind of entertaining. Like I just came back from work. I just came back from university. I don't want to think about anything. I just want to be entertained. Okay, open up a YouTube video. Open up my my favorite Minecraft streamer. Haha. Oh, he fell down a hole and he said, "What?" He overreacted. It's like, cool. Right? But I don't know. I don't think I could ever do something like that. It's just, I don't know. It's really hard because you would have to basically be acting, because that's not my personality. I'm not naturally like that. And if I had to do that, I'm sure it's likely that I probably would be earning way more than I am now. And I would definitely, well, not definitely, but like at the very least have a chance at being able to just earn a living off of YouTube or streaming, maybe on Twitch, I don't know. But that would be so tiring because not only am I reading chat, which, obviously I'm already terrible at because I'm not a reader, okay? I just streaming on YouTube is probably the most amount of reading I've ever had to do in my life. Like even considering school. Really. I did not read a lot. Yeah. No. Just not for me. That's why I'm terrible at reading. I'm very slow at reading. You guys could probably notice it. You guys probably think like, wow, RJ seems to be reading my message really slowly. And yeah. Hey, welcome back, Ryan. How you doing? That's even from Capybara. What's up? What's up? Lab is a way to interact with other Genshin people, but it's a dumpster fire. Parading and cosplay. Well, wait, when did I... What was that? Ah, yes. So, there was yeah, okay. So this was before I started streaming. When I was still just making videos. I used to... So every time I uploaded a video, I used to share the YouTube link to my video there. I tweeted it as well. I went on Twitter, even though I had no followers. I barely followed anyone. I tweeted out like any new video that I uploaded. I posted it on Facebook. I shared the link. I posted it on HoYoLab. And so while on HoYoLab, obviously you'll see like little recommendations every now and then about like other people's posts and stuff. And that's kind of the vibe that I got over there is like you just see, so yes, cosplay stuff. And sure, that's fine. But other than that, just pictures and okay, I'm gonna sound like I'm a terrible person, and I maybe I am for saying this and for thinking this, but like posts that I just feel like are insignificant. Like okay, I can't name an example right now because they're just so insignificant that I can't even think of ever posting anything like that. Like, and by insignificant I mean like they don't provide any value for anyone at all. They just okay, like for example, it would be something like they'd stand next to this pot of flowers and just type whatever thoughts they had at the time as a caption. And it doesn't really mean anything. So that's sort of the vibe that I get from HoYoLab. And that plus I get the feeling that I think a lot of the really toxic players in Genshin are, I think, on HoYoLab. I think so. Like, I could be wrong. I've never actually spent time there, but I might be wrong. But I don't know why. I'm just getting that feeling from HoYoLab. I'm sure that the most toxic part of the Genshin community is on Twitter. That's just a given. But I just can't help but feel like some of them are on Hoyolab. I don't know why. I read fanfic and not the weird ones with ships, like Genshin fanfic. I actually read some fanfiction. But before I started reading fanfic, I remember someone used to come in here, not often, but like he very seldomly came in here, and he would sometimes talk about reading and writing fanfiction. And at first, at the time I wasn't reading fanfiction just yet. I kind of just thought like, okay, what is that? And I really didn't know that it was quite a big thing on the internet. Like I really didn't know that it was that big on the internet. Like I think there's so many fanfics on the internet. Now, granted, the only fanfics, the only reason why I even started looking for fanfics was, so it was after Danmachi, season 4, part 2, I think is what it's called. Yeah, it wasn't season 5, it was season 4, part 2. I don't know, I just really liked Belle and Ryu together, so I kind of started looking for, I wasn't necessarily looking for fanfics of them specifically. I was looking for any other Danmachi content, like manga, like extra volumes, or I don't know, whatever. But I didn't want to read the light novels. I didn't want to read the light novels because, like I said, reading. Me and reading just don't get along. And eventually I found that one fanfic, and it was I think a lot more optimistic than like the original work. But at least he tried to stay as close, like a little bit close to realistic. So I enjoyed it until I found this other dude who basically started as a Danmachi fanfic, but he also had his own main character. And what's funny is this main character that he made was from the real world. Apparently he was from Canada. I'm assuming that the writer is from Canada, and like he was probably writing about himself. I think he's an actual writer too. Like not many books, but he does have like an actual book himself. It's in it's in some of his fanfics. Like he's promoting it in some of them. But he gets isekai'd into Danmachi, gets a new body, becomes a woman, and then at some point, so finishes his story there, gets isekai'd into high school DxD, finishes the story there, gets isekai'd back to Danmachi, and then spends time with his family there, develops the city, gets isekai'd, and now is in, what is it? Rising of the Shield Hero. It's called self-insert? Oh, okay, so I guess that's what it's called then. Cool. Yeah. That's, and like, I don't know, I like the way he writes. I don't know how to call it. It's funny, but it's also not like trying to be funny. It's just funny, I think. I don't know. Maybe it's just the type of humor that I like. He very often says he doesn't like writing combat. But I think he's very good at it. He's also very good at adding in little comedic sprinkles into scenes. Like somehow, like if I could visualize it, like if I could use AI to make it into a video, like it would actually look like legit anime. It's hard to explain, really. He's just isekai multiple forms of media. Yeah, exactly. And what's funny too is, so his MC has a curse. Like he can't, like his original world that he got isekai to was Danmachi, right? And he had a curse over there that he couldn't use weapons, but he could use tools. Like any weapon he uses, like anything he uses as a weapon will just turn to dust and nothing happens. Like if he uses a knife to cut meat, then it's a tool, so he can use it. But if he uses the same knife to try and stab someone, it just turns to dust. And what's funny is that it somehow worked out perfectly for Rising of the Shield Hero. And apparently that fanfic, or the first one started in, I think, what was it, around the pandemic, yeah, during the middle of the pandemic. What if he throws a tool, like you throw a hammer or a knife at someone? Oh yeah, because if most of the time if it's to cause harm to someone, then that is like at least that's how he seems to have established that rule in his curse. In her, well, you know, he originally a dude and then got isekai'd is now a woman, yeah. So that seems to be the way he's established that curse on the MC is like anything used as a weapon, anything used to harm someone is considered a weapon. Except for his own body parts. And anything that he projects from his own mana. Or from his own energy or whatever, chi, I don't know. Can you help me? Sure. What do you need help with, Ryan? Yeah, what do you need help with, Ryan? Man, if only Kaching were as good as Alhaitham, or just anywhere close to as good as Alhaitham. That would have been awesome. With anti-shogun training? Oh man, that's awful. I took so long to figure that thing out. It's kind of a nightmare. I don't remember even how did it go again? All I remember is what it looked like, but I don't remember. Just bring tall characters. How did it go? Like I don't remember what it looked, what the combat looked like. I remember what the thing looked like. I'm gonna have to look up a video first of how it looks like. Anti-shogun training. I remember I spent so long, like maybe an hour. I was just stuck there for an hour because I had no idea what I was supposed to do.
Hello.
Okay, I'm just looking up a video so that I could see what it looked like again. So which part is it? Okay, anti-shogun training has multiple parts. One is just avoid the attacks, and the next part I don't remember. Okay, I kind of remember now, at least the first part. Okay. So the first part, basically just avoid getting hit. Make sure you bring a pyro character, so that you could break the thing, like right at the end when the timer's about to run out. There are gonna be 3 like electro things on the ground. You just need to go to one of them, break it, use pyro, like use Bennett maybe or Shengling, whoever, and break one of them and just stay there. Stay next to it, where at least where it used to be. And that's it. As for the dodging thing, I'm sorry, there's nothing I can help you out with. You're gonna have to learn the patterns. You're gonna have to look at the patterns and try it over and over again. Don't bring pyro. If you use pyro, you'll burn the grass and burn damage will fail your run. Bring cryo. Ah, yes. Okay, that's good. Yeah. Bring cryo. Or dendro, maybe? I'm not sure, because dendro didn't exist back then yet. So, yeah, by the time that I did that thing, dendro didn't exist. So I don't know, if you want, you could try dendro or cryo, either way. Maybe Kaya. Kaya applies a good amount of cryo. Now there is another level to the training thing, where I think you had to fight something. I don't remember. I just remember that there was like another stage of it. Although I'm looking up anti-Shogun training now on YouTube, and it doesn't seem to be coming up, so I don't know. I don't know what it was called. Anti-Shogun training was embarrassing. It sucked so hard. I spent an hour, man. I spent maybe half an hour just learning to dodge. And I spent maybe another half hour figuring out that to not bring a pyro character. Oh no. I think I did pass it with a pyro character. I never thought to bring a cryo character instead. But what I did was I made sure to burn the grass first before I started. And I made sure to stay as close to the burned grass as I could so that the grass wouldn't reload. I did it in like 5 minutes, little thanks. That was fast. Yeah, like if you're someone without skill issue, then you won't have too much trouble with it. But if you're like me, then you better clear your schedule. So what is the... My farts got skill issue. So what is the last part again? I don't remember what it was called. Ah, boy. Well, I think I've rambled on for long enough. Yeah, it's getting kind of late, man. And I got work in, let me see, 6 hours from now. I got work in 6 hours from now. I think I'm gonna have to hit the hay, man. So, anyway, brings the things to destroy before they explode. Brings the things that you destroy before they explode. Just hit them to destroy them. Oh, okay. RJ going to academia. Oh. Wait. Ems, I think you're watching the stream from like 2 hours ago. Yeah, you're probably not watching live. Well, anyway, yeah, I'm gonna have to hit the hay, guys. So, for anyone who needs help building their characters' accounts, making a decision on which banners to pull for, feel free to join our Discord server. Links are in the description of all my videos, VODs, and streams, and in the pinned message in YouTube chat. If you want my opinion personally, you can ping me over there. My name is Elvis Einstein. If you want, of course, you can ask for other people's opinions too. Thank you guys so much for coming by, hanging out, and being awesome people. Have a good day, good afternoon, good evening, and take care, everyone. Today's stream was amazing. Hey, I'm glad you enjoyed it. Wrong person. Thanks for hanging out for the whole stream, man. When you gonna go live again? I'm really not sure. I'm sorry, Ryan. I can't say really. I don't really have a schedule. Like, I'm not like most other streamers. Because number one, I don't really make a living off of this. I don't earn enough to make a living off of streaming. And number two... okay, I guess there's no number two. Okay, I guess there is a number two. Genshin doesn't have enough content for me to stream regularly. So, yes. I don't really have a regular schedule. I just stream most of the time on Monday evenings. Monday evenings, that's Asia time, like GMT +8. And other than Mondays, it really depends on like if there's something to do in Genshin. Like maybe an Abyss reset, or like a new update, or like maybe I have to do a story quest, like a character story quest, something like that. If you sell your farts for money, okay. Oh man. Anyway, yeah, again, thank you guys so much. Please take care and have a good one. Bye.